Chapter 2300. It wasn't just immortal ancient heaven. Everyone present was stunned. Who was Nanqing, the celestial treasure pavilion? It was the celestial treasure pavilion. Even the major powers of the god realm had to give him face. But now, he was kneeling in front of Yi Xian in an extremely humble manner. Why was this happening? Immortal ancient heaven couldn't understand. Yan Bianyue was completely dumbfounded at this moment. What the hell? Nanqing directly kneeled? How could they play like this? Yan Bianyue said with a trembling voice, "Brother Nanqing?" Nanqing suddenly roared, "What brother Nanqing?" Yan Bianyue, the old man has no relationship with you. Don't try to get close to him. Yan Bianyue looked at Nanqing in disbelief. Brother Nanqing, are you so realistic? Nanqing sighed, "Young Master Yan, I am a bit too realistic. But, I want to live. Sorry." Yan Bianyue pointed at Yi Xian and said angrily, "Is he stronger than my Yan family?" Nanqing smiled bitterly, "Young Master Yan, there is no comparison. There is no comparison at all." Hearing this, Yan Bianyue's face instantly turned pale. Because he knew that Nanqing wouldn't lie to him. At this moment, his face was ashen and his heart started to panic. He had provoked someone he shouldn't have. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the horizon, "Young Master Yi, please show mercy." As the voice fell, a middle-aged man suddenly appeared. The person who came was the current head of the Yan family, Yan Xiran. Yan Xiran immediately bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, my son has offended you. I kowtow to you." As he spoke, he slowly knelt down in front of everyone's eyes. Everyone was stunned. Yi Xian was also stunned. Directly kneeling? This was the head of the Yan family. Yi Xian looked at Yan Xiran and didn't say anything. Yan Xiran suddenly opened his palm and a storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. There were 20 million universe veins in the storage ring. 20 million veins. Yan Xiran bowed deeply once more. "Young Master Yi, if you think it's not enough, I can add more." Yi Xian smiled. "Clan leader Yan, as the clan leader, you don't have to do this." Yan Xiran smiled bitterly. "He's my son. When a son makes a mistake, the father will take responsibility. There's nothing wrong with that." Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. When the son makes a mistake, the father will take responsibility. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Yi Xian suddenly turned around, not letting anyone see his face. Xian Gudian and Li Shui looked at Yi Xian, feeling a bit stupefied. They noticed that at that instant Yi Xian's eyes actually flickered with tears. Yi Xian wasn't an emotional person, but when he heard Yan Xiran's words, he suddenly felt a little sour. A moment later, Yi Xian turned around. He opened his palm and Yan Xiran's storage ring fell into his hand. "Patriarch Yan, I'll accept this money. Take your son with you and leave." Yan Xiran bowed deeply. "Many thanks, young Master Yi." After saying this, he stood up and left with Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Young Master Yan, you have a good father. After today, be a mature person." Yan Bianyue was silent. Yan Xiran bowed deeply, then disappeared into the horizon with Yan Bianyue. Yi Xian looked at Nanqing and said with a smile, "Go back." Nanqing bowed deeply. "Young Master Yi, I will take my leave." After saying this, he handed the storage ring that Yan Bianyue gave him to Yi Xian, then turned around and disappeared with the 9 people behind him. Yi Xian looked at the storage ring in his hand and smiled. He smiled, then put it away. He turned to look at Xian Gudian and said with a smile, "Are you here to help me?" Xian Gudian's expression was calm. "It seems like it's unnecessary." Yi Xian smiled. "Thank you." Xian Gudian was silent for a while, then said, "You didn't lie to me when you told me in the past, right?" Yi Xian nodded. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. "This is only the first time we've met. Why are you so honest with me?" Yi Xian smiled. "Because I have a good impression of you." Xian Gudian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "When making friends, you naturally have to treat each other with sincerity." Xian Gudian was silent for a while, then said, "Since we're friends, can you help me with something?" Yi Xian nodded. Xian Gudian glanced at Li Shui. "Let her go back and marry my little brother." Yi Xian immediately shook his head. "No." Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. "They should get married in the first place." Yi Xian shook his head slightly. "Miss Tian, I'm a bit disappointed in you." Xian Gudian slowly clenched her right hand. She didn't say anything. Yi Xian said, "If Miss Li Shui likes immortal ancient Yuan and wants to marry him, I naturally won't oppose it. However, she doesn't like immortal ancient Yuan." Xian Gudian looked straight at Yi Xian. "She has a marriage agreement with my immortal ancient clan. If she breaks it now, she will be going back on her word, and that is wrong. Yi Xian slowly walked in front of Xian Gudian and looked straight into her eyes. If your parents force you to marry someone else, what will you do? Xian Gudian clenched her fists and didn't say anything. Yi Xian seriously said, Miss Tian, if you say right and wrong, then we'll say right and wrong. Measuring right and wrong requires methods. Using the methods and experiences used on others on yourself, if you can't accept it, then it's double standards. Xian Gudian stared straight at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian continued, I know you have the strength, so your parents won't dare to force you like this. Thus you can change your fate. But at this point, his tone suddenly became more serious. But not everyone is like you. Also, I feel that marriage should be free and consensual. I hate this so-called marriage alliance the most. I don't care about things I don't know, but I will definitely care about things I know. Xian Gudian was a bit angry. What? Yi Xian's expression was calm. Because I'm awesome. With that, he turned and left. Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. You're too overbearing. At the side, Li Shui suddenly said, I like how overbearing he is. After saying that, she turned and left. Xian Gudian, on the other side, Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian's departing figure, and her beautiful eyes flickered with a strange light. As soon as Yi Xian returned to the book hall, Shu Xian came before him. Shu Xian slightly bowed. Dean. Dean. Yi Xian looked at Shu Xian and faintly smiled. One had to know that Shu Xian called him young master before, but now he called him Dean. There was a big difference between these two titles. Calling him young master and respecting him was mostly because of his father. But calling him Dean was really honoring him, and it might not have much to do with his father. Shu Xian suddenly handed the Divine Path Code to Yi Xian. Dean, I have annotated it all. Please take a look. Yi Xian took the Divine Path Code and opened it. After a while he looked up at Shu Xian. Elder Xian, you're really a genius. It had to be said that Yi Xian was really shocked. This Shu Xian actually really grasped this Divine Tao Codex thoroughly. It could be said that apart from Qin Guan, no one understood the Divine Path Code better than Shu Xian. Shu Xian faintly smiled. I'm not a genius. I just like to do some research. It's just that I sometimes don't understand. I feel that this path of cultivation is so simple, so why is it so difficult for some people to cultivate? If I cultivate, it should be very easy for me to casually reach the profound understanding realm. Yi Xian was speechless. Was this guy showing off? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Elder Xian, it's easier to know than to do. There are many things that you understand, but if you really do it, it's not the case. Shu Xian deeply bowed. I've learned. Yi Xian nodded. Keep this Divine Path Code. You'll need it when you teach them in the future. Shu Xian hesitated and said, It's very precious. Keep it with me. If there's a mistake, I won't be able to absolve myself even if I die 10,000 times. Yi Xian smiled. In my heart, it's not even 1/10,000th of you. Of course you can't take it away from the academy. It's dangerous. Shu Xian deeply bowed. Dean, I will repay you with my life. Yi Xian shook his head. You're exaggerating. Shu Xian bowed deeply once more, and then he left with the Divine Tao Code. After Shu Xian left, he began to teach. He was talking about the Divine Path Code. However, there were too few people in the academy. There were less than 25 people. Wu Yuan only had Qingqiu. She was like a general without an army. The place where Shu Xian taught was a small courtyard. This was because the teaching platform of Guanshan Academy had yet to be built. Shu Xian opened the Divine Path Code and began to teach. Below, in addition to the academy students, Yan Bei was also sitting at the side and listening quietly. She sat on the right of Qingqiu. Qingqiu glanced at Yan Bei. Her expression was calm. You like the dean? Yan Bei's lips curled up in a provocative manner. Can't I? Qingqiu's expression was calm. Your thoughts aren't pure. I'm afraid you and the dean won't end well. Yan Bei narrowed her eyes. She was a little angry. Qingqiu's expression was still calm. I call the dean brother, young master. Brother, do you understand? Yan Bei was so angry that she laughed. Are you showing off to me? Qingqiu looked at Shu Xian, who was teaching in the distance. You are really an idiot. Yan Bei was furious. Qingqiu turned to look at Yan Bei. She said seriously, I call young master brother. It means I'm his younger sister. Younger sister, do you understand? That's his family. If you like brother young master, shouldn't you build a good relationship with his family first? Yan Bei was stunned. Qingqiu continued, seeing how pure you are, I'll be straightforward. You should be pleasing me. Yan Bei, A moment later, Yen Bei said in a deep voice, "This divine path code is so precious. You guys just take it out for everyone to see?" Qing Qiu said softly, "What's the big deal about a divine path code? Brother Young Master's ambition is the entire universe. If you don't have great ambition, how can you point your sword at the entire universe?" Yen Bei was silent. At this moment, Xu Xian suddenly stood up. He smiled and said, "Next, let's invite the dean to teach." Below, the students quickly applauded in welcome. Qing Qiu was also very excited. He was looking forward to it. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian sat on the praying mat. He glanced at the people below and remained silent. "I'll teach. What should I teach? The great way of acting cool?" At this moment, there were suddenly a few mysterious auras outside. Obviously, they were all hidden forces. After learning that Yi Xian was going to teach, they all rushed over. Yi Xian was silent. At this moment, he suddenly felt a little ashamed. Because looking back, he realized that he was either acting cool or on the way to acting cool. Chapter 2301. Yi Xian sat on the round platform. Everyone was looking at him. The students were filled with excitement and anticipation. In their hearts, Ding Yi was a man of great knowledge. At this time, a woman suddenly sat beside Qing Qiu. It was Yunjie's realm lord, Shen Lan. Qing Qiu glanced at Shen Lan, then looked up at Yi Xian. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Today I will talk about choice." Choice. The students quickly sat up straight and listened carefully. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground with his hands on his knees. He thought for a moment and said, "In the universe, every cultivator has two goals. First, longevity. Second, invincibility. In my opinion, cultivation is to satisfy one's inner desires. The stronger one is, the greater the desire. Desire is endless. Therefore, once a cultivator embarks on the path of martial arts, it means that he has entered an endless path. This path is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you will die. For the sake of longevity, cultivators will improve themselves at all costs. Over time, cultivators will become unscrupulous and gradually give up their bottom line." As he spoke, he paused for a moment before continuing, "In other words, losing yourself. Lose yourself." Hearing this, Shen Lan and Yen Bei's expressions changed. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Shen Lan, who was beside Qing Qiu, and said with a smile, "Miss, do you still remember the original intention of cultivating?" Shen Lan stared at Yi Xian, clenched her right hand and said nothing. Yi Xian smiled and looked at Qing Qiu. "Qing Qiu, what is your original intention of cultivating?" Qing Qiu blinked. "To establish a heart for the universe, to establish a life for all living beings, to continue learning for the saints, and to establish peace for all ages." Yi Xian gave her a thumbs up. "What an excellent girl. Just like me." "Me too. Great minds think alike." "Everyone," Qing Qiu giggled. "Brother Young Master, you are a bit thick-skinned." Yi Xian quickly said seriously, "Continue the lecture." Qing Qiu quickly stopped smiling and continued to listen carefully. Yi Xian thought for a while and continued, "Everyone should have a goal in front of them. At least in their own eyes, this goal is great. If their deepest belief, the voice in their heart, thinks that this goal is great, then they are great too. Therefore, we should seriously consider whether the goal we have chosen is right or not. Is it what we really want?" As he spoke, he smiled. "Once upon a time, the purpose of my cultivation was to protect my little sister. I wanted her to be safe and carefree. But now, I'm ashamed that I haven't seen her for a very, very long time. On the path of growth, people will definitely have new goals and new needs. However, I feel that we should never forget the original intention of cultivating. My Qing'er once said that one can be invincible only if one's original intention is not changed. I am ashamed. Now I really understand." Below, Shen Lan suddenly said, "But my goal is to live forever, to be invincible. What should I do?" Yi Xian thought for a while and said, "Then work hard." Shen Lan looked at Yi Xian. "Do you think this is right?" Yi Xian asked, "Miss, do you have any relatives?" Shen Lan was silent. Yi Xian asked again, "Miss, do you have any friends? The kind who are very, very good, the kind who would risk their lives for you." Shen Lan was silent. Yi Xian asked again, "Miss, do you have anyone you like? The kind of person who you don't see for a day feels like thousands of years." Shen Lan frowned. Yi Xian smiled. "Pursuing immortality, pursuing invincibility is not wrong. However, I feel that in this universe, there should be more than just fighting and killing. To tell you the truth, on my way here from Qingqing, every day if I'm not fighting, then I'm fighting on the road. I'm really tired of this kind of life. But now I want to slow down. I want to live a good life. To be honest, I want to create a brand new swordsmanship. I have even thought of a name for it. I will call it human swordsmanship. The world of mortals as the sword and all living beings as the soul. Human swordsmanship. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. You are a swordsman. Yi Xian nodded. I am a swordsman. Shenlan looked calm. I didn't see that. Yi Xian smiled. Then he went on, back to the topic at hand. Choices. Students, I hope you can think about it today. What is the ultimate goal of your studies and cultivation? You must give yourself a goal and fight for it. In our current universe, the strong are respected. Everything is based on strength. The strong can be willful, but the weak can only accept their fate. I don't like this. I hope that you can change this world with me. A student suddenly said, Dean, it will be difficult to change the world and the rules, right? Yi Xian smiled. It will be difficult, but do you believe in me? That student immediately said, yes. At the side, Yan Bei suddenly said, Young Master Yi, with your actions you will offend many forces. Aren't you afraid of death? Death. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly, feeling helpless. To be honest, my father is invincible, my brother is invincible, my sister is invincible. I really can't think of anyone who can make me die. Yan Bei was dumbfounded. Young Master Yi, do you know Dedeabi? This brush controls the fate of all living beings. Aren't you afraid? Dedeabi. Yi Xian was silent. Shenlan glanced at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. At this moment, Shu Xian suddenly walked in front of Yi Xian. Dean, the ancient immortal city patriarch is here to visit. Yi Xian shook his head. I won't see him. Shu Xian nodded. Okay. After saying that, he turned and left. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. Everyone, today's lecture ends here. Everyone is free to do whatever you want. After saying that, he turned and left. After a few steps, Yi Xian suddenly turned around. Behind him was Shenlan. Yi Xian looked at Shenlan and smiled. What's the matter? Shenlan was silent. Yi Xian smiled. If you don't want to say, then go back. Shenlan suddenly said, Be careful of the veiled girl next to you. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Shenlan frowned slightly. With your intelligence, you should know that her background isn't simple, but you don't care at all. Do you know that underestimation and carelessness can lead to death? Yi Xian thought about it and said, I know. After saying that, Shenlan looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, I understand. After saying that, she turned and left. After taking 2 steps, she stopped again and looked at Yi Xian. Why didn't you ask for my name? Do you not want to know, or do you already know? Yi Xian smiled. I don't know. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian in the eye. Then you don't want to know? Yi Xian smiled. Miss, do you know why I asked you that before? Shenlan frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Because I know that you definitely don't have any friends or anyone you like. Shenlan stared at Yi Xian. Why? Yi Xian smiled. Firstly, you're very outstanding. Your strength has already attained such a level at such a young age. Moreover, you're even a woman. That's not easy at all. Secondly, even though I don't know your background, since you were able to purchase the Divine Tao Code for 50 million universe veins, then I presume that you're the master of one of those great powers. You possess such terrifying strength at such a young age, and you're even able to become an overlord. That's not simple at all. With such accomplishments, your standards are definitely extremely high. Ordinary people are definitely unable to enter your eyes. Especially men, right? Shenlan gazed at Yi Xian and remained silent. Yi Xian continued. When I met you for the first time, the feeling you gave me was that you were cold and aloof, even colder than Miss Yao. Under such circumstances, ordinary people would definitely not dare to make friends with you. Especially men. If they don't possess formidable strength, then ordinary men would feel inferior just by looking at you. A smile suddenly appeared on Shenlan's face. Young Master Yi, can I understand that you're praising me? Yi Xian smiled. You can. The smile on Shenlan's face gradually grew wider. I have to say that I really like hearing that. Continue. Yi Xian smiled. I asked you earlier if you've ever liked anyone. When I asked that question, I knew that you definitely don't have anyone you like. Shenlan's eyes narrowed slightly. Why are you so sure? Yi Xian smiled. Because in the entire universe of gods, no one is worthy of Miss Yao's liking. Shenlan was taken aback. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, what I said was from the bottom of my heart. Finally, can I give you a small suggestion? Shenlan nodded. Her expression became much gentler. Go ahead. Yi Xian said seriously, this world isn't just about fighting and killing. There are also many beautiful things. If you look at this world from a different point of view, you'll find that there are many beautiful things in this world. If Miss is free from cultivation, you can come to the academy. I'm willing to accompany Miss for a heart-to-heart talk. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian and did not speak. Yi Xian continued. Miss, do you still remember the first time we met? Shenlan nodded. Yi Xian smiled. At that time, Miss asked me why I answered every question you asked. My answer then was, I treat people with sincerity. It is the same now. Ever since I met Miss, whatever Miss asked or said to Miss, I have never lied. Everything comes from the bottom of my heart and is sincere. Shenlan was silent for a moment before saying, that veiled woman's real name is Yan Bei. She comes from Desolate Universe. There are two superpowers in Desolate Universe. One is Azura City, and the other is Divine Mountain's Yen family. She should be the goddess of Divine Mountain. It is said that the goddess dedicates her life to God and is not allowed to have any relations with any man. She came to your side because she wants to use you to deal with Divine Mountain's Yen family. You must be careful and not be a sucker unless you also like her. However, I suggest you drive her away. This Yen family is not simple and will bring you great trouble. Yi Xian nodded. Many thanks. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. I'm leaving. She turned around after saying that, but she had no intention of leaving. Yi Xian was slightly startled, but he quickly understood and smiled. How should I address you, miss? Shenlan's lips curled up. Shenlan, the master of Yunjia. Currently, I'm at the half-step profound see-through realm. She floated away after saying that. P.S. Today at 8 o'clock, TikTok will be broadcasting and chatting. Everyone can add my TikTok number, 1748688249. If anyone has any questions or suggestions, you can tell me and I will answer them on the spot. In addition to the live broadcast, I will also select some lucky spectators and give them free physical books of Invincible Sword Domain and One Sword Supreme. I won't sell them, but they can be collected. Finally, I will see you at 8 o'clock. Everyone can come and look at my peerless beauty. I will show you what it means to be handsome. Chapter 2302. Shenlan, the master of the Yunjie sect. Yi Xian smiled and turned to leave. In fact, he had the intention to befriend her. The academy had just been established. What else did it need besides money? Connections. One had to know that Guanshan Academy had no foundation in the universe of gods. It had just been established, so it definitely needed a huge network. After all, Yi Xian's goal was to establish an academy that could change the universe, not to dominate it. Therefore, he needed to build a good relationship with the local forces here. Moreover, it was better to have one more friend than one more enemy when he was outside. If he became familiar with them, the students of the academy would definitely give them some face when they were outside. The Jianghu was the way of the world. Not long after Shenlan left the academy, she suddenly stopped in the clouds. Not far in front of her stood a woman. It was Yan Bei. Yan Bei looked at Shenlan. What did you say to him? Shenlan's expression was calm. It's none of your business. Yan Bei narrowed her eyes and clenched her right hand slowly. Without any nonsense, she suddenly punched out. Boom. In an instant, the clouds in the sky gathered rapidly and then turned into a fist that went straight for Shenlan. Shenlan was expressionless. She suddenly took a step forward and leaned her body forward. Boom. This lean was like 100,000 mountains collapsing. A terrifying force directly crushed the cloud fist. In the distance, Yan Bei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Shenlan glanced at Yan Bei coldly. I'll give you a warning. That man is not someone you can fool. If you treat him well, he will treat you well. If you don't treat him well, when he becomes ruthless, he will definitely exceed your imagination. With that, she disappeared at the end of the horizon. In the same place, Yan Bei's expression was cold. No one knew what he was thinking. Yi Xian returned to the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate. He had given full authority over the development of the academy to Xu Xian. It had to be said that Xu Xian was indeed an expert. However, he was too scholarly. Most of the time, they didn't know how to be flexible. Fortunately, there was Qingqiu. This girl was different from her master. She was a smart girl. One of them was a scholar while the other was a martial artist, and they managed to make the academy famous and powerful. This also gave him some time to do something. Right now, he was still cultivating the one-sword cleaving nothingness. He wanted to fuse this sword technique with /the past, /the future, and /the present, to the extreme. He was now at the knowing profound realm. And his goal was to instantly break through to the profound awareness realm. The current him was no longer a match for an average practitioner in the knowing profound realm. After all, he himself was in the knowing profound realm. Furthermore, he still had the one sword-cleaving nothingness imparted to him by his old man. But his goal was not just to defeat those in the knowing profound realm. His goal was to instantly defeat those in the knowing profound realm and steadily kill those in the see-through profound realm. In order to perfectly fuse these three sword skills, he went back to study the space-time Tao and the time Tao. In the past, he had cultivated for the sake of cultivation. But now, he realized that the process of studying cultivation was very interesting. Most of the time he didn't care about the results. What he cared about was the process. Training now is to seek knowledge. Yes, it was enjoyment. A few days passed. Outside the Guanshen Academy, more and more people came to seek knowledge. Among them, there were people sent by various major factions, and there were also some who really wanted to come to seek knowledge. However, Xu Xian and Qing Qiu were very strict with the acceptance of people. The first was character. If one's character was not up to standard, they would be directly rejected, no matter how good one's talent was. If a person's character was not good, it could affect the entire academy. And Yi Xian didn't have that much time to scheme with the students. In front of the gate of Guanshen Academy, Xu Xian and Qing Qiu were examining the students who had enrolled. It had to be said that there were really a lot of people who came to seek knowledge. In front of the gate of Guanshen Academy, there were already thousands of people gathered. Qing Qiu glanced at those who came to seek knowledge in the distance, and his face was full of smiles. But Xu Xian sighed in a low voice, "Most of these people have impure intentions." Qing Qiu smiled and said, "Master, think about it from another perspective. People who came to enroll must have a request. Otherwise, why would they come? We should be happy for ambitious people because ambitious people will work harder." Xu Xian hesitated and then said, "But if we recruit them, I'm afraid they will ruin the academy's reputation in the future, or even cause trouble." Qing Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. "After they come in, first, give them ideological education and slowly enlighten them. Second, if there are really stubborn people, just kill them." Xu Xian was slightly stunned, and he turned to look at Qing Qiu with a trace of shock in his eyes. Qing Qiu smiled lightly. "Young master brother is very good to people. This is his strength, but this strength also has a hidden danger. That is, you can't be too good to people. If you are too good to him, over time he will take it for granted. As the saying goes, a favor with a grain of rice leads to a grain of rice and a grudge is formed." As she said, she glanced at the students in the field. "We have to manage the students like this. When it's time to reward, when it's time to punish, we can't be lenient. Just like this divine path code, these people came to join the academy not to seek knowledge, but for the divine path code. So, master, we have to make some rules. From now onward, anyone who joins the academy must meet certain requirements in order to read the divine path code. Moreover, they can't read it all at once, they can only read a single page." Xu Xian hesitated for a moment and then he said, "Is that all right?" Qing Qiu nodded lightly. "If we don't do that, then they will think that the divine path code is something that can be found on the street. They won't cherish the opportunity to read it. Over time, they will think that young master brother sharing everything with them is a matter of course. In order to prevent that from happening, we have to make some rules now. An academy must have its own rules, otherwise something bad will happen." Xu Xian thought for a moment and then he nodded, "All right." As if he'd thought of something, he said, "Our academy is growing larger and larger, so wouldn't the other powers be afraid of us and target us in the future?" Qing Qiu grinned. "Master, think about it. Would someone who dares to share the divine path code be an ordinary person? These powers are very smart and they won't act against us. So, we just have to be at ease and develop. Besides that, master, you have to remember that our goal is definitely not the small benefits before us, but the sea of stars. In order to closely follow young master brother's footsteps, our vision must be big. Otherwise, it won't be long before we disappear from young master brother's side." Xu Xian asked, "Girl, how big do you think our vision need to be?" Qing Qiu blinked. "Limitless." Xu Xian was stunned. Qing Qiu said softly, "You have to dare to think? If a person doesn't even dare to think, then what difference is there between him and a salted fish?" Xu Xian fell silent. Immortal Ancient Estate. Within the palace, Xian Gudong, the beautiful woman, and Xian Guyao were all in the same room. Xian Gudong hesitated for a moment and then he said, "Yao, why have you been staying at home all day lately? You can go out and take a look. I think that Guanshen Academy isn't bad, you can go there and take a look." The beautiful woman hurriedly agreed. "Yes, I think that young Master Yi isn't bad. Even though your father and I had some misunderstandings with him in the past, This young Master Yi is a knowledgeable person, and such people are very magnanimous. He definitely won't fuss about it with us. You absolutely must not feel burdened because of some of our actions in the past and not make friends with him because of that. That's not right. Xian Gudong glanced at the two of them and then he said that he won't come to a mortal ancient city again. Xian Gudong said seriously, words of anger. Those were words of anger. The beautiful woman hurriedly nodded. Words of anger. Xian Gudong shook his head slightly. He didn't want to say anything else so he got up and left. Xian Gudong suddenly said, Girl, I know that you really dislike our actions and feel that we're too practical, but it can't be helped. Your father is in a high position, and everything he does has to be considered for the sake of the family. Tell me, would it be suitable for you to find an ordinary person? It would definitely not be suitable. Girl, your father is an experienced person, and I know how important it is to have a suitable family. If the family isn't suitable, then the gap between the two of them would be too great, and there would be huge problems in their lives in the future. Xian Gudong glanced at Xian Gudong and said, Do you think that young Master Yi and I are a suitable family now? Xian Gudong hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi definitely has an extraordinary background. Xian Gudong shook his head slightly and sighed. Xian Gudong said in a low voice, Girl, it's different this time. I can tell that you treat young Master Yi differently from others. No matter what the future holds between the two of you, it shouldn't be a problem for the two of you to become friends, right? But now you've started to run away from young Master Yi because of us. That's not right. In my heart, you're a girl who dares to do anything. If you like him, then go for it. If you hesitate, then you'll lose. Young Master Yi is so outstanding, so there will definitely be no lack of women by his side. If you don't act decisively and bravely, then he'll be snatched away by other women. The beautiful woman hurriedly said, Yes. Look just how outstanding is young Master Yi. Not only is he strong, but his family isn't simple either. He's also a knowledgeable and elegant person. Think about it, aren't you very happy when you're together with him? Happy? Xian Gudong frowned slightly. Happy? Xian Gudong pondered for a moment, and then she suddenly realized that she really was quite happy. When she thought up to here, Xian Gudong was shocked, and she hurriedly shook her head and discarded all the distracting thoughts in her mind. Meanwhile, Xian Gudong hurriedly said, Girl, young Master Yi is a dragon among men, and he's an interesting person. If you miss out on him, then your father can guarantee that you'll never meet a more outstanding man than him. You'll regret it for the rest of your life. Xian Gudong suddenly said, If he was just an ordinary person, if he didn't have a formidable background, would you still act like this? Xian Gudong immediately said angrily, Do your mother and I belong to those kinds of powers? Xian Gudong was speechless. Chapter 2303. Xian Gudian was completely speechless. He directly ignored his parents and turned to leave. Immortal Gu and the beautiful woman were extremely anxious when they witnessed this scene, but they were helpless as well. They knew their daughter's temper, and it was undoubtedly extremely difficult to persuade her to take the initiative. This last was too headstrong. The two of them looked at each other and felt a little regretful. They regretted looking down on others. After Xian Gudian left the palace, she arrived at a riverside alone. She looked at the little fish swimming about in the river and entered a state of contemplation. For some reason, during these past few days, her mind was always restless, as if there was something weighing on her mind. Meanwhile, Xian Guyuan appeared by Xian Gudian's side, and he hesitated for a moment before he said, Big sister. Xian Gudian collected her thoughts and looked at Xian Guyuan. What's the matter? Xian Guyuan bitterly smiled. Big sister, Li Shui isn't willing to come back. Xian Gudian's face was as cold as ice. That's because you don't have the ability. Who can you blame? Xian Guyuan's expression immediately became somewhat ugly. Xian Gudian looked straight at Xian Guyuan. On that day he came to attend your wedding and even gave you the Divine Tao Code as a gift, but how did you treat him? Xian Guyuan smiled bitterly. I didn't know that the Divine Tao Code was actually in that small cloth bag. If I had known earlier, I definitely wouldn't have treated him like that. Xian Gudian sighed softly. Xian Guyuan said again, Sis, your relationship with that young Master Yi is so good. Can you help me plead for leniency? Tell Li Shui to come back. Xian Gudian said softly, Don't think about Li Shui anymore. Xian Guyuan was stunned. What? Xian Gudian glanced at Xian Guyuan. Because she won't be coming back. With that she turned around and left. Xian Guyuan's face was gloomy, no one knowing what he was thinking. At this moment Xian Gudian suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Xian Guyuan. Don't have any evil thoughts or else even I won't be able to save you. Don't be fooled by young Master Ye's gentle temperament. If he's really angry, I won't be able to save you. After saying that, she turned around and disappeared. Immortal Ancient Yuan. After Xian Gudian left, she suddenly said, Elder Zhang. As soon as she finished speaking, a white-robed old man appeared beside her. Xian Gudian was expressionless. Keep an eye on him. If he dares to cause trouble for Li Shui or young Master Yi, cripple him. The white-robed old man was stunned. Xian Gudian glanced at the white-robed elder. You don't dare? The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment before saying, Young miss, Xian Gudian softly said, what do you think of young Master Yi? The white-robed old man thought for a moment and then he said, he has a warm disposition, a refined young master. Xian Gudian nodded. Indeed. However, my intuition tells me that it's not that simple. The white-robed elder was stunned. This? Xian Gudian raised his head and looked towards the distant horizon. He is a person with a very strong character. If you treat him well, he will treat you 10 times better. However, if you dare to harm him, he will definitely return the favor 10 times over. My ancient immortal clan already had a conflict with him, so we absolutely cannot instill enmity with him again. The white-robed old man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, Young miss, perhaps young Master Yi doesn't really like you, but he definitely has a good impression of you. Xian Gudian chuckled. So what? The white-robed old man spoke solemnly, Young miss, this subordinate has spoken out of turn. If you have a good impression of young Master Yi, then you can come into contact with him more. Xian Gudian's expression was calm. No. The white-robed old man smiled bitterly. Young miss, young Master Yi is indeed a good person. He's not a bad person. Moreover, he's a knowledgeable person. You can indeed interact with him more when you're not cultivating. Xian Gudian remained expressionless. No. The white-robed old man was just about to say something when an old man suddenly appeared. The old man bowed slightly. Young miss, young Master Yi has come to pay a visit. He is outside the city and he said, before he could finish speaking, Xian Gudian had already vanished. The old man, the white-robed old man. Outside Immortal City, Yi Xian, who was closing his eyes, suddenly opened them, and Xian Gudian appeared in front of him. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian grinned. Miss Gudian, we meet again. Xian Gudian's expression was calm. Is something the matter? Yi Xian was slightly displeased. Can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? Xian Gudian was slightly stunned, and she felt indescribably happy. However, she quickly suppressed it. Yi Xian smiled. Let's take a walk together? Xian Gudian nodded. All right. As she spoke, she was about to lead Yi Xian into the city. However, Yi Xian didn't move. Xian Gudian turned around to look at Yi Xian. Are you still angry? Yi Xian nodded. Xian Gudian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Stingy. There was a hint of flirtatiousness in her eyes, but she didn't realize it. Yi Xian smiled and pointed to the side. The scenery there is not bad. Let's take a walk? Xian Gudian nodded. All right. The two walked along the city wall and into the distance. Xian Gudian suddenly spoke. You must have something to tell me, right? Yi Xian smiled. It's a small matter. However, the main reason is to see you. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. What are you looking at me for? Yi Xian smiled. You are born beautiful. Just looking at you makes me feel inexplicably happy. Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. Don't be so flowery. Yi Xian smiled. Miss Gudian, I shouldn't be the first person to say that you are beautiful, right? Xian Gudian retorted. What if I am an extremely ugly person? Yi Xian was stunned. Miss Gudian, you might have misunderstood me. Xian Gudian frowned. What? Yi Xian sternly said, I said that you are born beautiful. Not only in terms of appearance but also in terms of soul and character. In this world, there are many people who look good on the outside but are incomparably filthy and ugly on the inside. A person with a filthy and ugly heart, even if she looks good on the outside, is still filthy and ugly in my eyes. Miss Gudian, you are different. Not only are you beautiful on the outside but you are also very kind on the inside. Compared to your appearance, I prefer your soul and your kind heart. As the saying goes, good-looking skin is the same, but interesting and kind souls are 1 in a million. He paused for a moment when he spoke up to this point and then he said, my words might make you feel that it's slightly flashy and even slightly abrupt. But what I want to say is that it's the truest thoughts in my heart. We sword cultivators cultivate our hearts and we never deceive our hearts. What we say is what we think in our hearts. Xian Gudian looked straight at Yi Xian. Although her expression was still calm, her heart began to tremble slightly. However, it quickly returned to normal. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian, and at this moment Yi Xian was also looking at her. His eyes were as clear as water, and there was a faint smile on his face. Everything seemed so real. Xian Gudian suddenly retracted her gaze. Yi Xian's gaze was like a whirlpool that could suck people in. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. "Miss Gudian, I have a gift for you." Xian Gudian turned and looked curiously. "What gift?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and a divine Tao code appeared in his hand. Yi Xian opened his palm. A divine path codex appeared in his hand. Seeing this divine way codex, Xian Gudian was dumbfounded. "This," Yi Xian said seriously, "this divine Tao code is different from the one I gave to your little brother in Li Shui. I studied this divine Tao code for half a month without rest, and then made detailed annotations. It is several times easier to cultivate." "Shu Xian?" Xian Gudian looked at the divine Tao code and after a while she shook her head. "It's too precious." Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Is it as precious as our friendship?" Xian Gudian was stunned. Yi Xian smiled and asked again, "Is it?" Xian Gudian was silent, not knowing how to reply. Yi Xian suddenly placed the divine Tao code in Xian Gudian's hand. "In my heart, even 10,000 divine Tao code cannot compare to a billionth of our friendship." As he spoke, he looked at Xian Gudian. "Next time, don't use external objects to measure our friendship. I feel that using external objects to measure our friendship is an insult, a blasphemy." Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. "Do you feel like I'm tricking you?" Xian Gudian nodded. Yi Xian smiled. Then he turned around and walked away. Xian Gudian looked at the immortal Tao code in her hand and sighed. Tricking? This was the immortal Tao code. It was worth at least 50 million universe veins. Moreover, it was annotated. It was a priceless treasure. Did he have designs on her? Thinking to this point, she found that she was not angry at all. If he did, why didn't he say so? Thinking to this point, she suddenly found that she was a bit angry. Xian Gudian quickly shook her head and threw away those messy thoughts. She quickly caught up to Yi Xian and turned to look at Yi Xian. "Angry?" Yi Xian nodded. "A bit. Because when I tell the truth, no one has ever believed me." Xian Gudian blinked. "Have you ever lied before?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes, often." Xian Gudian shook her head. "I don't believe you. You look like a cynical person, but you are a very upright person. You are not someone who would lie." "Yi Xian?" Xian Gudian suddenly said, "I will accept your immortal Tao code. Don't be angry. Is that okay?" Yi Xian smiled. "I'm not that petty." Xian Gudian smiled. "Eh." Yi Xian blinked. "Can I be a bit more abrupt?" Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. "What do you want to say?" Yi Xian smiled. "I want to speak my mind, but I'm afraid you won't be happy. So, can I say it?" Xian Gudian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. She thought for a moment and raised a finger. "You can only say one sentence, just one sentence." Yi Xian said seriously, "You look really good when you smile. You're like a cherry that has just ripened, tender and alluring. I can't help but want to take a bite." Xian Gudian was first stunned, and then her cheeks blushed. She glared at Yi Xian. "You are a bit of a lecher." Yi Xian was about to speak when Xian Gudian suddenly said softly, You can say one more sentence." Yi Xian. "P.S. Please vote. If you voted, you can vote again." Chapter 2304. Say it again? Yi Xian blinked. "I don't want to." Xian Gudian was startled. Xian Ji glared at Yi Xian. She was half embarrassed and half angry. Yi Xian smiled. "It's not that I don't want to say it, I just don't dare to." Xian Gudian was a bit curious. "Why?" Yi Xian said seriously, "I'm afraid you'll be angry." Xian Gudian rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Why would I be angry?" Yi Xian said with a smile. "Miss Yao, you rarely smile, right?" Xian Gudian was silent. Yi Xian said softly, "If I'm not wrong, you have shouldered a lot since you were young. You were born in a big family, and if a woman wants to control her own fate, she has to work harder than a man. Only then will you be respected, valued, and not treated as a chess piece. In a big family like this, the concept of familial love is very weak because everyone places benefits above all else. Everyone only cares about your realm and no one cares about what you truly want. This is also the reason why you are so cold." You want to disguise yourself so that others don't see the weakness in your heart. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian. Suddenly, glistening tears flickered in her eyes, but they didn't fall. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, and then he turned around. If you want to cry, then cry. I won't look. Pfft. Xian Gudian suddenly laughed. She glared at Yi Xian. Aren't you just burying your head in the sand? Yi Xian turned to look at Xian Gudian. When he saw the tears at the corner of her eyes, he took out a silk handkerchief and wiped them for her. He said softly, "Your strong appearance makes my heart ache." Xian Gudian just looked at Yi Xian without saying anything. Yi Xian blinked. Do I look good? Xian Gudian was slightly startled. She then shook her head and smiled. Thick skin. Yi Xian laughed. The two of them continued forward. Not long after, the two of them arrived at a river. On both sides of the river, hundreds of flowers were in full bloom. Yi Xian turned his head and stared at Xian Guyao. Today, Xian Guyao was clad in a white dress that was untainted by even a speck of dust. Her long hair was casually draped behind her, yet it wasn't messy at all. Her exquisite facial features were enough to cause countless men to fall for her. Xian Gudian suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. What are you looking at me for? Yi Xian smiled and said, yes. Xian Gudian glared at Yi Xian. She wasn't angry. Instead, she was bashful. Yi Xian retracted his gaze. He looked into the distance and softly said, I have to say, humans are really visual creatures. Beautiful appearances, especially Miss Yao's beauty, can easily cause others to sink in. Xian Gudian suddenly asked, will you fall into depravity? Yi Xian was stunned. He turned to look at Xian Gudian. Xian Gudian retracted her gaze and looked ahead, as if she wasn't the one who asked that question. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, I will. Xian Gudian turned to look at Yi Xian. She stared straight into Yi Xian's eyes as if she wanted to see through Yi Xian's heart. Yi Xian suddenly retracted his gaze. Miss Yao, don't look at me like that. Xian Gudian asked, why? Yi Xian faintly smiled. I'm afraid that I will sink into depravity and be consigned to eternal damnation. Xian Gudian, Yi Xian suddenly pointed at a boulder in the distance. Come, let's go sit there. After saying that, he brought Xian Gudian to the boulder. Then he opened his palm and gently pulled. In an instant, 2 fish suddenly flew up from the river. Yi Xian directly started a fire to roast the fish. Xian Gudian looked at Yi Xian with a strange look in her eyes. Not long after, Yi Xian finished roasting 2 fish and handed one to Xian Gudian. Try it. Xian Gudian hesitated for a moment before taking the fish and tasting it. After a while, she looked at Yi Xian. Very good. Yi Xian laughed and said, Miss Yao, Xian Gudian suddenly said, you can call me Little Yao. Little Yao. Yi Xian blinked. Your pet name? Xian Gudian nodded and said softly, only my parents can call me that. Yi Xian grinned. Little Yao, I have something to trouble you with. Xian Gudian said, speak. Yi Xian said solemnly, I want to recruit students in Immortal Ancient City. He noticed a problem, and it was that if he wanted to recruit students, he could only go to the various large worlds and cities. Because besides the various large worlds and cities, there were truly too few people from other places. Moreover, the number of outstanding people was pitifully small. If he wanted to recruit even more and better students, then he could only go to the various large worlds and cities. Xian Gudian glanced at Yi Xian. You said so many nice things just now. Is this what you were after? Yi Xian hurriedly said, how could that be? I'm not that sort of person. Xian Gudian shook her head slightly. What you said just now isn't a problem. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and then he said, I'm basically trying to steal people from all of you. Xian Gudian grinned. That will depend on your ability. If you can really steal them, then you're formidable. Of course, I have a small request as well, and that is to allow the members of my ancient immortal clan to join Mystic Observer Academy. I don't need many, just 4 or 5 spots. What do you think? Yi Xian smiled, that's fine. However, I need their character to pass. Xian Gudian nodded. I'll choose them myself. Yi Xian nodded. All right. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned to look at the setting sun in the distance and said softly, Little Yao, I'm going back. Xian Gudian fell silent. Even though she was slightly reluctant, she still nodded. Yi Xian stood up. He looked at Xian Gudian and smiled. Do you know how beautiful you are when you smile? Xian Gudian was slightly stunned. Yi Xian smiled, beautiful to the point of suffocating. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and flew up on his sword. A ray of sword light pierced through the sky and shook the world. A swordsman. Xian Gudian looked at the ray of sword light in the sky and said softly, "It really is a swordsman." As she spoke, she seemed to have thought of something and shook her head with a smile. This smile caused all things to lose color. A short while later, Xian Gudian turned around and left. When she returned to the entrance of Immortal Ancient Mansion, the white-robed old man suddenly appeared by her side and bowed slightly. "Young master, you has arrived. He said he has something to give." Xian Gudian suddenly turned her head and her gaze was cold. "Tell him to scram." As soon as she finished speaking, she walked towards the inner mansion. However, after taking 2 steps, she stopped and said, "Scram further away." As soon as she finished speaking, she disappeared on the spot. The white-robed old man. Guanshan Academy. After Yi Xian returned to the academy, he immediately went to find Xu Xian and Qing Qiu. Yi Xian smiled. "Now, you can go to Immortal Ancient City to recruit people. However, remember to inform young Miss Yao before you go." Xu Xian nodded. "Of course." Yi Xian opened his palm and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. Inside were all of his universe veins. Previously, Southeast had given him some, and then he had obtained 15 million from Demonic Lotus. In addition to the 20 million that the head of the human race had given him previously, he now had 38 million universe veins. Yi Xian thought about it and then took out 5 million universe veins and gave it to Xu Xian. "Now that the academy is being built, we need money in all aspects. Don't be stingy with money." Xu Xian bowed. "Okay." Yi Xian took out another 5 million universe veins and gave it to Qing Qiu. "This is for you. You need a lot of universe veins to cultivate. Don't be stingy with them. Understand?" Qing Qiu nodded and said softly, "Okay." As soon as she finished speaking, she took the spatial ring. Her right hand held the spatial ring tightly. No one knew what she was thinking. Yi Xian said solemnly, "Our goal is not just the universe of gods, but the entire universe. The universe of gods is our foundation. Hence, I've decided to pay a visit to the various powers in the universe of gods. Currently, the various powers are still wary of us. I want to show them that we've come here to establish an academy and not to dominate the universe of gods. It is best if we can cooperate with them so that everyone can develop peacefully and achieve a win-win situation." As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian felt a little emotional. Once upon a time he would fight and kill wherever he went. He would fight and kill all the way to the end. He was really sick of that kind of life. Why couldn't the factions of the heavens coexist peacefully? Why did they have to fight and kill? Now that he looked back, he felt like an idiot. He would kill along the way. If he could beat them, he would act cool. If he couldn't beat them, he would call for help. His life was like a routine that kept repeating and repeating. This kind of life was really boring. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian got up. His next destination was Aeon City. After leaving Guanshan Academy, Yi Xian sat in a carriage and slowly moved into the distance. He did not choose to ride a sword. He sat in a carriage not to act cool but to slow himself down. In the past he had left in too much of a hurry. Now he had to slow down. Many times it was better to calm down and settle down. In the carriage, Yi Xian was half lying down, holding an ancient book in his hand. The name of the ancient book, Book of Calligraphy. He especially liked this book, especially the 2 sentences in it: respect virtue, rebirth spirit. Virtue. It referred to moral conduct and morality. In his opinion, a person must have morals. If a person had no morals and no bottom line, how was he different from a beast? Rebirth spirit. These days he had a deep feeling. The reason why he wanted to create the mortal sword Tao was because he felt that if he loved the universe and the living beings of the universe and the billions of living beings would also love him. If he treated the universe with the heart of killing, the universe would definitely return the favor with killing. Of course, he also knew that in this world where the strong were respected, it was very difficult to change many things. However, he still decided to do it. No one could do it except him. Because he, Yi Xian, was blessed by heaven. My father is invincible, my brother is invincible, my sister is invincible. This kind of earth-shattering event, other than me, Yi Xian, who can do it? If not me, who else? Thinking of this, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth rose slightly. He admitted that he was a little arrogant. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow him to. He was born with an invincible backer. He was also very helpless. However, it was different from before. Now, he wanted to be a meaningful second generation. With such a powerful identity and background, if he only used it to act cool, it would be too degrading. As he said, he wanted to change the universe. Not only did he want to change the universe, but he also wanted to change his father. One day, he would stand in front of the green-robed man and confidently tell the green-robed man, "You are not a qualified father." After saying that, he slapped the green-robed man and sent him flying into the sky. Let go? Your father let you go, but you let me go? Who do you think you are? Chapter 2305. Of course he could only think about it now. He knew his father's temper very well. If you tried to reason with him, he would argue with you. If you tried to reason with him, he would reason with you. If that didn't work, he would fight with his fists. Before he couldn't beat him, it was better to endure. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and continued reading. At this moment, a fragrant wind blew over. The next moment, a woman sat beside Yi Xian. The person who came was Yan Bei. Yi Xian looked at Yan Bei. Today Yan Bei was wearing a purple robe. Below her slender neck, her skin was as white as sheep-fat jade. Below, her breasts were half covered. It was truly alluring. Looking further down, her waist was lightly bound by a white silk ribbon, which made it difficult to grasp. In particular, her eyes were even more charming than peach blossoms. As her gaze moved, it was very captivating. It had to be said that this Yan Bei's appearance did not lose to immortal ancient heaven at all. The beauty of the two was similar, yet different. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and smiled. What's the matter? Yan Bei nodded. I want to go with you. Yi Xian did not understand. Why? Yan Bei shrugged. No why. I just want to go with you. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. Yan Bei turned to look at Yi Xian. You're not going to refuse? Yi Xian smiled. Why should I refuse? Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian also looked at her. As their gazes met, Yi Xian had a faint smile on his face. For a moment, the atmosphere became somewhat strange. After a long time, Yan Bei chuckled. You are the first man who dares to look directly at me like this. Moreover, your gaze is so clear. Yi Xian shook his head with a smile and continued reading. Do you think I've cultivated the sword all these years for nothing? Yan Bei suddenly said, I come from the Yan clan in the northern part of the desolate universe. Yi Xian continued reading without saying anything. Yan Bei continued, I am the Yan clan's goddess. Do you know about goddesses? He's the kind of person who dedicates his life to God. As she spoke, she suddenly snatched Yi Xian's book and said angrily, Am I not as good as the book? Yi Xian smiled, Speak, I'm listening. Yan Bei glared at Yi Xian and said, Do you know about God? Yi Xian chuckled, It's just some slightly stronger people. Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. You are blaspheming God. In our place you will be burned to death. Yi Xian blinked. It's that serious? Yan Bei nodded. In our family we must believe in God. By the way, do you have any faith? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Yes. Yan Bei asked, Who? Yi Xian smiled and said, Qing Er. Yan Bei frowned slightly. Never heard of her. Yi Xian chuckled. My sister. She's my faith. Other than her, I don't recognize any other god. I believe in Qing Er and I will be invincible forever. Yan Bei rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Is she more powerful than God? Yi Xian said seriously, Then she is much more powerful. Yan Bei suddenly sat in front of Yi Xian and looked straight at Yi Xian. Stop bragging. Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Bei continued, I escaped. Do you know why? Yi Xian asked, You don't want to be bound for life? Yan Bei nodded. Yes. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. They will come to take me back. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bei rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. You're not talking again. Yi Xian said seriously, Can you not sit so close to me? At this moment Yan Bei was sitting in front of him. If she moved a little closer, she would be sitting on his lap. This position was really a little awkward. Yan Bei stared at Yi Xian. Aren't you a gentleman? If I'm not afraid, what are you afraid of? Yi Xian smiled and said, Miss Yan Bei, do you like me? Hearing this, Yan Bei was stunned. This question was too sudden. For a moment she did not know how to answer. Her brain did not respond at all. Come here. Yi Xian asked again, Do you like me? Yan Bei was silent. Yi Xian smiled and said, Hesitation means that you probably don't like me. Since you don't like me, do you think it's appropriate for you to be so close to me? Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian smiled. Maybe it's because I'm a little conservative. I think women should keep a certain distance from men unless you really, really like him and he likes you too. If you like him very much and he likes you too, then you don't have to care about this. But if there's no mutual affection, this distance should still be maintained. The more a woman loves herself, the more she will be respected by men. Those women who don't love themselves and give themselves to men after a few flowery words are often wrong. As he said this, he opened his palm and gently guided. A gentle force lifted Yan Bei up and moved her to sit next to him. Yi Xian continued, "It's not a sermon. It's just a little thought. If Miss Yan Bei thinks it's reasonable, then listen. If you think it's unreasonable, then forget it." Yi Xian was not a stud horse. He would not fall in love with everyone he met. Perhaps he would usually take advantage of others verbally, but he had a bottom line. After a moment of silence, Yan Bei said, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled. "What are you thanking me for?" Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. "Respect." Yi Xian respected her. Yi Xian smiled faintly. "Respect is necessary." Yan Bei suddenly said, "I want to join the academy. I really want to join." Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bei hurriedly said, "I'll be honest. I want to join the academy. First, I want to seek your protection. Second, I really like the academy. I like the atmosphere here and I like you. What I mean is, I like talking with you. I feel that I can learn a lot from talking with you." Yi Xian was deep in thought. Yan Bei continued, "I also know that if I join the academy, it will definitely bring trouble to you and the academy. But I really want to join the academy." As she said this, she suddenly hugged her head and was a little dejected. "But I really don't want to drag you down. If I join the academy, the Yin clan will not let you go. They will definitely cause trouble for you. Do you know? I hesitated for a long time last night. I was hesitating whether or not to leave, but I really don't want to leave. I like it here and I like..." As she said this, she raised her head and secretly glanced at Yi Xian. She did not continue speaking. Yi Xian suddenly asked, "Is the Yin clan very powerful?" Yan Bei nodded and said softly, "They are more powerful than any faction in the universe of gods." Yi Xian smiled. "Then, aren't you afraid that I will be beaten to death?" Yan Bei blinked. "But I feel that you are even more powerful." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Why?" Yan Bei hesitated for a moment and then said, "You give off the feeling that you are invincible." Yi Xian was stunned at first, then he laughed. So, he had unknowingly developed the demeanor of an expert? At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian looked into the distance and saw an old man standing not far away. The old man was looking at Yi Xian with a smile. Yi Xian immediately stood up and cupped his fists. "You are..." The old man smiled. "Greetings, young Master Yi. I am Primeval City Lord, Xiao Yu. I have been waiting for young Master Yi for a long time." Yi Xian was slightly stunned. Then he hurriedly got off the carriage with Yan Bei. He walked in front of Xiao Yu and cupped his fists. "So it is City Lord Xiao. It is an honor to meet you." Xiao Yu smiled. "Young Master Yi, are you coming to my primeval city?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." As he said this, he glanced behind Xiao Yu. "Is Primeval City just ahead?" Xiao Yu shook his head. "It is still very far from here." Yi Xian was stunned. Xiao Yu was speechless. "If I didn't come, you would have to travel for half a year with this carriage of yours." Xiao Yu smiled. "Young Master Yi, let's go to the city and talk." Yi Xian nodded. "Okay." Xiao Yu glanced at the carriage behind Yi Xian. "This?" Yi Xian smiled. "It's fine." As he said this, he opened his palm and put away the carriage. Xiao Yu smiled. "Please." As he said this, the three of them disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the three of them had arrived at Primeval City. It had to be said that Primeval City was also very imposing. It was not inferior to a mortal city in the slightest. Xiao Yu smiled. "Young Master Yi, I wonder why you came to my Primeval City this time?" Yi Xian said with a straight face. "To give a gift." Xiao Yu was stunned. "To give a gift?" Yi Xian nodded. He opened his palm and an ancient book appeared in front of Xiao Yu. Seeing this ancient book, Xiao Yu's expression suddenly changed. He blurted out, "F***CK. As he said this, his face turned red and he quickly shut his mouth. Yi Xian said with a straight face, "Senior, do you like it?" Xiao Yu quickly said, "I like it." As he said this, he turned around and roared, "Hurry up and bring me my precious immortal wine." Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, you can only read this divine Tao Codex. I can't give it to you. After you read it, can you memorize it? Is that okay?" Xiao Yu quickly nodded. "Okay, it's totally okay. How could it not be okay to get it for free?" Xiao Yu was about to die from pleasure. Xiao Yu suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, please. Let's go to the inner hall to talk." Just like that, under Xiao Yu's lead, Yi Xian and Yan Bei arrived at the primeval hall. After taking a seat, someone immediately served them the immortal wine. Yi Xian took a sip. As the wine entered his throat, he was slightly stunned. Delicious. After the wine entered his body, he discovered that the wine actually turned into pure spiritual energy and began to nourish his body. Xiao Yu said with a smile, "Young Master Yi, is it okay?" Yi Xian nodded. "Good wine. Really good wine." Xiao Yu laughed and then opened his palm. A storage ring slowly floated in front of Yi Xian. "The process of brewing this wine is extremely difficult. Therefore I don't have much, only 100 jars. Today young Master Yi and I are fated, so I'll give them all to young Master Yi." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Then I won't be polite, ha." Xiao Yu laughed. "Young Master Yi is forthright. This old man really likes your personality." As he said this, he paused and then said, "Young Master Yi, are you married?" "If not, I have a few pretty good daughters. Each of them is an outstanding beauty. If you like them you can marry them all." As he said this, he suddenly felt a chill. He turned around and saw Yan Bei looking at him. Xiao Yu hurriedly laughed awkwardly. "I was just saying." Yi Xian smiled. "Senior, I won't hide it from you. I came here today because I have something to ask of you." Xiao Yu waved his hand. Speak. We are brothers, so who is who?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "Then I'll be straightforward. To tell you the truth, I want to establish an academy, but I'm lacking people. Therefore, I want to come to the ancient races to recruit some people. Is that possible?" Xiao Yu blinked. "That's it?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Yu laughed. "Isn't this just a small matter? Young Master Yi, feel free to recruit people. If you need any help from my ancient race, just let me know." Yi Xian smiled. "I've long heard that there are many monstrous geniuses in the ancient races. I want to recruit several students from the ancient races, those with good characters. I wonder what Senior thinks about this." What he wanted to do was to make everyone share a common interest with him. Everyone shared a common interest and developed peacefully. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and smiled. "Good. Very good." It had to be said that the current him was extremely shocked. This young Master Yi was young, but his worldly wisdom was truly terrifying. Xiao Yu sighed in his heart. It was true that every generation had its own talents. The new generation would replace the old. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xian. The more he looked at him, the more pleasing he felt. At this moment, a thought suddenly rose in his mind. Damn, should I drug this kid and have him cook rice with my daughter? If this kid became my son-in-law, then damn, I'll be rich. The more Xiao Yu thought about it, the more excited he became. P.S. Recently I've been scolded a lot, saying that I don't fight, so I'm not passionate anymore. Do you like to watch people fight? Chapter 2306. Xiao Yu looked at Yi Xian, finding him more and more pleasing to the eye. This young man was truly outstanding. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stood up and said with a smile, "Senior Xiao, I still have other matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave first." He really couldn't stand this old man's gaze. He even suspected that this old man had some sort of bad hobby. Thinking of this, Yi Xian suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Xiao Yu was slightly taken aback and then said, "You're leaving now?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiao Yu hesitated for a moment and then said, "Do you want to get to know my daughter? She's really pretty?" Yi Xian was speechless. Half an hour later, Yi Xian and Yan Bei left Primeval City. Outside the city on the carriage, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled bitterly. Xiao Yu was really too enthusiastic just now. Why did he have to introduce his daughter to me? Am I that kind of lecherous person? Really? At this moment, Yan Bei suddenly said in a calm voice, "Didn't you feel good?" Yi Xian looked at Yan Bei. "What did I feel good about?" Yan Bei's expression was calm. "He wanted to introduce his daughter to you. Are you not happy?" Yi Xian smiled. "Senior Xiao is really too enthusiastic." Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile. "Aren't you interested in his daughter? She might really be a peerless beauty." Yi Xian smiled and then said, "If you're talking about peerless beauties, don't I already have one by my side?" Yan Bei was slightly taken aback and then immediately understood. She immediately rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. Glib tongue. Yi Xian laughed. "Let's go to the mystic world." After saying that, he lightly shook the reins and the next moment, the carriage swaggered off. Inside the carriage, Yi Xian sat with his legs crossed, and in his hand he held an ancient book. Yan Bei was sitting next to Yi Xian. She was reading with Yi Xian. However, she did not lean on Yi Xian. Instead, she kept a certain distance from him. Yi Xian didn't care about her. Her biggest interest now wasn't beauty but reading. Yi Xian read the book very seriously. He realized that reading could improve his thinking in realm, broaden his horizons and get rid of his impetuosity. In the past he was too impetuous. Moreover, the evil aura was quite strong. And he discovered that when he truly calmed his heart and settled down, his cultivation speed became even faster. He felt that if he met his father in the future he would definitely ask him to study more. His father only knew how to fight and kill all day. It was really boring. At this time, Yan Bei suddenly said softly, "Do you have a woman you like?" Yi Xian was taken aback for a moment before he smiled and said, "Yes." Yan Bei was stunned and then she said, "Who?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "A girl who likes to wear white dresses and hold guns. She doesn't really like to talk." After a moment of silence, Yan Bei said, "How did you meet?" Yi Xian put down the book, looked out the window and said softly, "That year I was still very young, in Lanxiu." Looking at the distant horizon, Yi Xian's thoughts gradually drifted to the former Qing city, in Guesher. Thinking of Lanxiu, who was once dressed in white like snow, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth couldn't help but raise slightly. He still remembered the woman riding a white horse in Qing city. It had to be said that he was lucky to meet in Lanxiu. Yan Bei glanced at Yi Xian with a sad expression. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Miss Yan Bei, do you know what is love?" Yan Bei was stunned. Yi Xian smiled slightly, put down the ancient book in his hand and then said, "Love is when he is present, there is only him in your eyes. When he is not here, everything has his shadow. Like is when you suddenly think of him when you are reading in the middle of the night, imagine what he is doing right now and feel a wave of warmth in your heart, but never contact him. Like and love are different. To sum it up, like is a faint love and love is a deep like." Yan Bei was silent. She naturally knew what Yi Xian meant. Yan Bei raised her head and looked straight at Yi Xian. "You think that I only like you now and not love, right?" Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then said, "I don't think I am outstanding enough to make a girl fall in love with me after knowing me for a few days." Yan Bei stared at Yi Xian. "Then do you know? All love begins with liking. I admit that I only like you right now and there is a little curiosity in the like. To say that love is not enough. But so what? Can't I like you?" Yi Xian was about to speak, but Yan Bei suddenly grabbed Yi Xian's collar and said angrily, "Don't talk to me about the great principles in those books. I'm asking you, can I like you?" Yi Xian. Yan Bei stared at Yi Xian. "Can you or can't you?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." Yan Bei let go of Yi Xian's collar and then said lightly, "Whether you like me or not, that is your business. Anyway, I like you now. Although it is not love, I don't care. This is my right, right?" Yi Xian nodded honestly, "Yes." Yan Bei suddenly asked, "Then do you like me?" As she said that, she suddenly clenched her hands, a little nervous. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bei stared at Yi Xian. "Is it hard to answer?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "I don't hate it." Yan Bei glared at Yi Xian. "You scholars are all bullsh *t ba." Although she was angry on the surface, her hands loosened. Yi Xian smiled and then lay down. He covered his face with the book, closed his eyes and meditated. Profound understanding. During this time he had been studying this realm every day and he wanted to reach the extreme. Otherwise he could totally study Dongxian. One had to know with the Daebi he could reach Dongxian at any time. The reason why he did not do so was that he wanted to reach the extreme of profound understanding. Not only the profound understanding realm but also his sword skills, he wanted to reach the extreme. After combining the past, future and present into one sword to cut through nothingness, he gave it a new name, Void Slash. Now he was confident that he could kill a profound understanding realm in a second. As for Dongxian, he was not completely sure. Because he had seen Shenlan before, he could feel how terrifying Shenlan was. In other words, this Dongxian realm still had some tricks up its sleeves. However, he was not afraid. With his current strength, if he urged a Daebi, it would be easy to kill a Dongxian realm. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was suddenly shocked. Damn, did he seem to have some kind of cheat? At this moment, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He got up and looked outside the carriage. Not far away there stood a black-robed man. Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Yan Bei, and Yan Bei's expression was quite ugly. Seeing Yan Bei, Yi Xian understood and said softly, "Yan clan?" Yan Bei nodded and his right hand slowly clenched. "I didn't expect them to come so quickly," the black-robed man suddenly said hoarsely. "Goddess, you've played for so long. It's time to go back." After a moment of silence, Yan Bei said, "Okay." After saying that, she suddenly turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian was about to speak, but she hugged Yi Xian. Yi Xian was stunned. Yan Bei hugged Yi Xian tightly and said softly, "I won't forget you." After saying that, she turned around and jumped off the carriage, walking toward the black-robed man. Her expression was as calm as water. Obviously, she had already made this decision. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Yan Bei. Yan Bei turned her head and it was Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly. You seem to be from my academy. If you want to leave you have to ask me, the dean. Yan Bei looked straight at Yi Xian. I want to go. Yi Xian said softly, are you afraid of dragging me down? Yan Bei lowered her head slightly and suddenly said with a trembling voice, I lied to you before. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What did you lie to me about? Yan Bei looked up at Yi Xian. The Yan clan is much stronger than I said. There are true see-through realm powerhouses in the Yan clan. Moreover, behind the Yan clan, there is a legendary ancient god. Yi Xian was silent. Yan Bei continued, I came to the academy for two purposes. The first is to use you and the second is to steal the divine Tao code. Yi Xian smiled, what else? Yan Bei shook her head, nothing else. Yi Xian smiled slightly, now it seems that you've succeeded. Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian, you don't want me to leave? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, let me put it another way. You are now a student of my academy, and I have the responsibility to protect you. Yan Bei shook her head, I don't need it. I'll withdraw from the academy now. After saying that, she turned around and walked toward the black-robed man. At this moment she had never been so conflicted before. Just as she said, she came to the academy to use Yi Xian, but after spending some time with Yi Xian, she discovered that she began to have a good impression of this man. It was good impression, but it couldn't be considered love. She really wanted to stay in the academy, but she knew that if she stayed she would bring endless trouble to Yi Xian. Thus she decisively chose to leave. She didn't want to bring endless trouble to the man behind her. At this moment her hand was pulled again. Yan Bei turned to look at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled slightly, you can't leave. Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian slightly angry, do you know how terrifying the Yan clan is? Do you? You don't know that you can't fight against the Yan clan at all. Yi Xian shook his head. Yan Bei was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly pulled her behind him. Women should shut up when men do things. Yan Bei, Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man in front of him and smiled, we're both men so let's be more direct. Do you want to fight with words or force? If you want to fight with words I'll reason with you. If you want to fight with force then we'll fight. The black-robed man thought for a moment then said, then let's fight. Boom. A sword light slashed the black-robed man's body without warning. In an instant the black-robed man's physical body shattered, leaving only his soul. Yan Bei was stunned. She looked at Yi Xian, her eyes filled with disbelief. She didn't see Yi Xian make a move, but she knew that it was Yi Xian who attacked just now. He was that strong? Yan Bei was completely petrified. In the distance, the black-robed man, who only had his soul left, suddenly raised his hands in surrender and said with a trembling voice, Big brother, I choose to fight with words. Chapter 2307. Someone in writing. It had to be said that the black-robed man was completely dumbfounded. What had just happened? He hadn't even seen how Yi Xian had struck, and then his body was gone. At this moment, his mind was blank. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man who only had a soul left and chuckled. One. The black-robed man hurriedly nodded. At this moment, his mind had regained its clarity. He knew that he had underestimated the strength of this man before him, and it was a huge underestimation. Yi Xian smiled. Yan Bei is a member of my academy. She doesn't want to go back now, so we should respect her wishes and freedom. What do you think? The black-robed man hesitated for a moment, and then he said with a trembling voice, whatever you say. Yi Xian was slightly displeased. I'm reasoning with you, not threatening you. The black-robed man fell silent. Damn it. If you want to be reasonable, can you first move that sword away from my head? Is there anyone in this world who is so reasonable? Yi Xian said, we should respect everyone's personal freedom. What do you think? The black-robed man hesitated for a moment, and then he said, can we really be reasonable? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Don't worry. Even though I've killed a lot of people, I basically don't kill people randomly. You can rest assured on this point. The black-robed man's expression froze. Yi Xian said, speak. The black-robed man fell silent for a moment before he said, I think you're right. Yi Xian asked seriously, the truth? The black-robed man nodded. The truth? Yi Xian nodded slightly. Then go back and tell the Yan clan that Yan Bei is now a student of my academy. If there are any problems, the Yan clan can look for me directly. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian smiled. Is there a problem? The black-robed man hesitated for a moment before he said, Can I have a problem? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The black-robed man thought for a moment before he said, This is the Yen clan's matter. Isn't it bad for outsiders to interfere? Yi Xian smiled and said, She is now my student. The black-robed man immediately said, She is a member of the Yen clan. As a member of the Yen clan, the clan nurtured her, so she should be responsible to the clan. What do you think? Yi Xian nodded. That's right. Hearing this, the black-robed person hurriedly said, As a goddess, she should serve the god we believe in. Of course, I understand that this is indeed unreasonable from the outside world's point of view. However, the customs of the universe are different. Shouldn't we respect other people's customs and culture? Yi Xian nodded. That makes sense. The black-robed man continued, When I came to find her, I didn't say that I wanted to hurt her. Yet, you shattered my physical body without saying a word. Isn't that a little too much? Yi Xian laughed and said, You were the one who wanted to fight. Of course, I admit that I was a bit heavy-handed, but I really didn't know that You're so weak, and I don't mean to insult you. I really only used 10% of my strength just now. The black-robed man's face twitched. After a moment of silence he said, Okay, this is my fault. I was too careless. As he spoke he looked at Yi Xian. Back to the previous topic. Since you respect our customs and culture, shouldn't you let her go back with me? Yi Xian laughed and said, No. The black-robed man's expression froze. Are you not going to reason with me? Yi Xian laughed and said, No. What I mean is that after a while I will go back with her. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian and frowned slightly. Sir, do you know the Yen clan in the northern part of the desolate universe? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Are you trying to tell me that you're very powerful? The black-robed man's expression was calm. I don't dare. Yi Xian laughed and said, Go back and tell your Yen clan's patriarch that I will bring Yen Bei to the Yen clan another day. At that time, if your Yen clan sends a civil one, I will reason with you. If you want to fight. As he spoke, he smiled slightly and did not say anything. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. If you want to fight, what will you do? Yi Xian opened his palm. The sword above the black-robed man's head suddenly turned into a sword light and landed in his hand. He turned and pulled Yen Bei toward the carriage. I am invincible. Your Yen clan can do whatever you want. The black-robed man. As the black-robed man watched, Yi Xian's carriage slowly drove into the distance. In the same place, the black-robed man was silent for a moment before saying softly, Young man, you know nothing about the Yen clan's strength. As he spoke, he turned and disappeared into the starry sky. In the carriage, Yen Bei looked at Yi Xian. Are you really going to the Yen clan with me? Yi Xian nodded. Yen Bei threw Yi Xian a look with a complicated look in his eyes. Yi Xian put down the ancient book in his hand and smiled. Are you worried? The Yen clan nodded. My father is a stubborn old man. Moreover, he is extremely loyal to the ancient gods. Not only him, but the experts of my clan are also extremely loyal to the ancient gods. It is impossible for you to change their minds. Yi Xian smiled slightly. It's fine. When the time comes, just leave everything to me. Yen Bei glanced at Yi Xian and lowered her head slightly. It was unknown if they were looking at each other very slowly. Yi Xian suddenly lifted the curtain. He looked at the blue sky and white clouds in the distance and smiled. Running away is not a solution. If I'm not wrong, although you don't like to be a goddess, you still have feelings for your father and your clan, right? Yen Bei nodded. Just as Yi Xian said, although she didn't want to be a goddess, she wanted to go back. After all, the Yen clan was her home. Yi Xian retracted his gaze and looked at Yen Bei. Since you have feelings for them, then all the more we should talk to them. Talk it out. After all, we are still a family. What do you think? Yen Bei looked at Yi Xian. Do you know? They only respect those with strength and background. If you go, no matter how strong you are, they won't take you seriously. Yi Xian suddenly looked at Yen Bei and smiled. He gently flicked the hair on Yen Bei's shoulder and smiled. Don't talk to me about your family background. Yen Bei was a little confused. Why? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Because my family background is really invincible. Yen Bei glared at Yi Xian. You are good at everything, but sometimes you like to brag. This is a bad habit. Yi Xian's expression froze. It had to be said that Yi Xian was really speechless. He realized that he was not suited to speak the truth. No one really believed him. At this moment it suddenly started to rain. Outside the carriage the rain was getting heavier. Yi Xian was not reading but was chatting with Yen Bei. Yan Bei sat next to Yixian. She leaned her head against the window and looked at the drizzle outside. She said softly, "I have never felt so peaceful before." As she said that, she suddenly turned to look at Yixian. "I don't know why, but when I am by your side, not only do I feel very peaceful, but I also feel very safe." Yixian said softly, "I have someone I like." Yan Bei looked at Yixian. "Then why did you flirt with me?" Yixian hurriedly said, "I didn't." Yan Bei looked straight at Yixian. "That is also your fault." Yixian frowned slightly. "Why?" Yan Bei suddenly leaned her head against Yixian's shoulder and said softly, "Your fault is that you are too outstanding. You unknowingly stole someone's heart. You damn heart thief." Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Am I that outstanding?" Yan Bei nodded slightly. "Handsome, rich, knowledgeable, strong, and a swordsman. His family background is mysterious and he is considerate." As she said that, she turned to look at Yixian. "In the God's universe, is there any man more outstanding than you?" Yixian thought for a moment and said, "Probably not." Yan Bei burst into laughter all of a sudden. She rolled her eyes at Yixian. "One more thing. You are a little shameless." Yixian laughed. The rain was getting heavier. Looking out of the window, it was a blur. Not long after, the carriage suddenly stopped. Yixian looked into the distance. Not far in front of the carriage stood an old man with a folding fan in his hand. This old man was Li Shui's father, Li Lan. Yixian turned to look at Yan Bei and said with a smile, "Let's go down." Yan Bei shook her head. "You can go down. I'll stay here and read some books." Yixian nodded. "Eh." Yan Bei looked at Yixian walking away. She opened her palm and a talisman appeared in her hand. Looking at Yixian in the rain, Yan Bei's eyes gradually blurred as if it was raining. Her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "I know you're strong, very strong, but I can't let you go with me to the Yan clan. Perhaps the Yan clan isn't as strong as the faction behind you, but I don't dare to gamble. I really don't dare to gamble. Because if I lose, you'll die." As she said that, the tears in her eyes were like the rain outside the window, getting heavier and heavier. Yan Bei looked at Yixian in the distance. Her face was filled with tears, but she was smiling. "These days I feel that it's absurd. I never thought that I would like a man in such a short time, but liking is liking. I can't control it. What can I do?" As she said that, her smile suddenly became bitter. "But, you already have someone you like." As she said that, her heart suddenly felt like it was being pricked by needles. "When you said that you already have someone you like, do you know how much my heart hurt at the time? Have you experienced it before? You probably haven't. You're so outstanding. The person you like must also like you. Why didn't I meet you earlier?" What? As she said that, her gaze gradually became blank. Her right hand tightly gripped the talisman in her hand. "Let me look at you one more time. Just one more time." In the distance, Yixian slowly walked towards Li Lan. Seeing Yixian walk over, Li Lan hurriedly came to greet him. At that moment, Yixian suddenly stopped and turned his head. His gaze fell directly on the carriage. At that moment, the carriage was empty. Left. Yixian was stunned. After a moment of silence, Yixian shook his head. "Is this your choice?" As he said that, he turned and walked towards Li Lan. "Since this is your choice, I will respect it." He gave up on the idea of going to the Yan clan in the Divine Mountain. Chapter 2308. But after taking 2 steps, Yixian stopped again. Why did she suddenly leave? Yixian frowned. A moment later, he slowly clenched his right hand. This girl was afraid of dragging him down, so she decided to return to the Yan clan on her own. Thinking of this, Yixian sighed softly. "Silly girl." At this time, Li Lan quickly walked in front of Yixian and said respectfully, "Young Master Yi." Of course he respected Yixian. How could a person who could present the Divine Path Code as a gift be an average person? Moreover, he already knew about the Yan clan giving in. Clearly, this young Master Yi was stronger than he imagined. Yixian looked at Li Lan and smiled slightly. "Senior, I have some matters to take care of. I'll visit another day. Please forgive me." Li Lan hurriedly asked, "Do you need help? If you do, young Master Yi, please tell me." Yixian smiled. "I'm going to fight." Li Lan asked, "Fight who?" "I have many people." Yixian smiled slightly. "The desolate Cosmos God Mountain's Yan clan." Li Lan's expression froze. Yixian laughed. "Senior, help me take care of my horse." With that, he turned and rode his sword. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the starry sky. Li Lan looked at the carriage in front of him. In the starry sky. Yi Xian suddenly stopped. He opened his palm and the Shentian token appeared in his hand. He activated the Shentian token. A moment later, Nanqing appeared in front of Yi Xian. Seeing Yi Xian, Nanqing immediately bowed deeply. Young Master Yi. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Where is the desolate cosmos? Nanqing immediately said, arrange it immediately. With that he turned and left. Not long after, Nanqing appeared in front of Yi Xian again. He opened his palm and a storage ring floated out. Soon, a huge teleportation formation appeared in front of Yi Xian. He directly moved the teleportation array from the Celestial Treasure Pavilion to the front of Yi Xian. At the same time, 9 strong practitioners of the Profound Understanding realm appeared on the field. Qing bowed slightly. Young Master Yi, all the experts of the Immortal Treasures Pavilion of the Gods Cosmos have arrived. If young Master Yi feels that this is not enough, I will immediately transfer experts from other cosmos. Yi Xian looked at Nanqing. You know what I want to do? Nanqing replied, I don't know. In any case, we'll do whatever young Master Yi tells us to do. Yi Xian smiled, I appreciate your kindness, but I alone am enough. With that, he directly entered the teleportation array and disappeared. Nanqing's expression suddenly changed and he immediately said, let's go to the desolate universe. An old man at Qing Kingdom's side hesitated for a moment, then said, President, didn't young Master Yi say that he doesn't want us? Nanqing said angrily, idiot. Just because young Master Yi says he doesn't want us, does that mean we won't go? Young Master Yi is obviously going to fight. He may not want our help, but we have to go, understand? The old man frowned slightly. Why? Nanqing sighed softly, don't just cultivate. If you have nothing to do, read more books like young Master Yi. The old man, Nanqing said in a low voice. He can choose not to, but we have to go. It's like giving gifts and treating people to a meal in the secular world. Whether they want to eat or not is their business, but you have to do it properly. If you don't do it properly, in a small way you don't understand the ways of the world, and in a big way you're cutting off your own future, understand? The old man, Nanqing, didn't waste any more words and directly entered the teleportation array. Where he stood, the old man was silent for a moment, then softly said, Is this why, after working so hard for so many years, my salary is still lower than yours? With that, he shook his head and sighed, then hurriedly followed the group of experts beside him into the teleportation array. In the desolate universe. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, he was in a valley. In this valley he saw hundreds of teleportation arrays. This should have been built by Qing Guan. Yi Xian felt a headache coming on. He suddenly forgot to ask where the Yen tribe of the Divine Mountain was. At this moment, the teleportation array to the side suddenly trembled. In the next moment, a bloody head flew out. Yi Xian turned his head to look at the teleportation array. Soon, behind the head, a woman slowly walked out. The woman looked to be only 16 or 17 years old. She wore a long black dress with bright red plum blossoms embroidered on it. If one looked closely, they would see that it was blood. Her long hair was tied up high and held in place by a blood-red ribbon. It hung behind her head like a ponytail. Her eyebrows were like a painting, and under them was a pair of eyes as cold as water. When she looked at someone, it made them feel as if they had fallen into an ice house and chilled them to the bone. At her waist was a scimitar. On the hilt of the scimitar was a blood-red gourd the size of a thumb. After the woman walked out, she glanced at Yi Xian. Her expression was cold and emotionless. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, Miss, where is the Yen tribe of the Divine Mountain? The woman looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian glanced at her and then turned to leave. This woman didn't seem like a good person. It was best not to provoke her. At this moment, the woman suddenly pointed to the right. Yi Xian turned to look at the woman. The right? The woman nodded. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Thank you. With that, he flew up on his sword and disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. But at this moment, he suddenly turned around and found that the woman was following behind him. Yi Xian blinked. Why are you following me? The woman glanced at the pen on Yi Xian's waist, and then she looked at Yi Xian. I'm going the same way. Her voice was very cold, a bone-chilling coldness that was very uncomfortable to listen to. Same way? Yi Xian glanced at the woman and said, You're not thinking of robbing me, are you? The woman looked at Yi Xian and pointed at the daobi on Yi Xian's waist. I'll play with it. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. This woman actually wants the daobi. Has she recognized the daobi? In next to no time Yi Xian shook his head and denied this thought. Up until now, only Qin Guan had recognized the deity. This woman probably only sensed that the deity wasn't simple. Yi Xian looked at the woman and shook his head. Oh. The woman narrowed her eyes and placed her left hand on the hilt of her blade. In an instant, a terrifying blade aura enveloped Yi Xian. Yi Xian frowned. Half-step see-through profound. Because of the deity, he could clearly see the woman's realm. The woman looked at Yi Xian but didn't make a move. She seemed to be slightly afraid. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to the woman. He turned around and vanished into the horizon. The woman hesitated for a moment and then hurriedly followed him. Divine Mountain. In the entire desolate cosmos, there were countless forces of various sizes, but the strongest were the southern Azura city and the Yen clan of Divine Mountain. The Yen clan of Divine Mountain believed in ancient gods. As for the so-called ancient gods, no one knew what they were. They only knew that they didn't belong to this era. On the way to Divine Mountain, Yi Xian turned to look at the woman. She was still following him. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then stopped. The moment he stopped, the woman also stopped. Yi Xian slowly walked toward the woman. The woman looked at Yi Xian and narrowed her eyes. In an instant, the blood-colored plum blossoms on her skirt began to spin. In an instant, the space and time around them became chaotic. Yi Xian was startled. This woman was so fierce. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed the deity and waved his hand. Stop. Bang. In an instant, the chaotic space and time around them returned to normal. The deity, seeing this, the woman's pupils shrank and a trace of fear appeared in her eyes. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Do you know that stealing things is not good? The woman stared at the pen in Yi Xian's hand and didn't speak. At this time, Yi Xian had already arrived in front of the woman. The woman tightly held the blade in her hand. She was on guard. As long as Yi Xian made the slightest movement, she would attack. Li Xian glanced at the blade in the woman's hand and said, "Can I play with your blade?" The woman narrowed her eyes and a murderous look flashed across her eyes. Yi Xian immediately said, "Look, you don't even want to let me play with your saber, but you want my pen. Do you think that's normal? You have to put yourself in someone else's shoes, you." The woman suddenly removed the curved blade from her waist and handed it to Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression froze. What the hell? You're not following the script, are you? Looking at the scimitar the woman handed over, Yi Xian was silent. The woman looked at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I can let you play with me but only for fun. Moreover, you have to help me do something." The woman nodded, "Sure." Yi Xian nodded. "Follow me." With that he turned around and left. This trip to the Yen clan would probably not end well. This woman was obviously a good fighter. It was better to be prepared with a helper. As if thinking of something, he stopped and turned to look at the woman. "I might have to fight with the Yen clan. Are you afraid?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "I'm not afraid." Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Then let's go." With that he rode his sword and disappeared. The woman hurriedly followed. Before long Yi Xian followed the woman to the Divine Mountain. The Divine Mountain was tens of thousands of meters tall and pierced into the clouds. Ordinary people couldn't see the top at all. At the foot of the Divine Mountain Yi Xian looked up at the peak. At this moment, a black-robed man appeared in front of Yi Xian. It was the black-robed man he had met before. At this moment, the black-robed man's body had recovered. The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "I didn't expect that you would really come." Yi Xian smiled and said, "I want to see Yen Bei. Then take her away." The black-robed man shook his head. "What if I say no?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Do your words represent the Yen clan?" The black-robed man nodded, "Yes." Yi Xian thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I've been reading a lot lately. I don't want to lose my temper." The black-robed man looked at Yi Xian. "I want to see you lose your temper." Yi Xian nodded, "Okay." As his voice fell, he opened his palm. "Swords, come." Bust. Suddenly the surrounding space-time trembled violently. Then countless swords shuttled from all over the world. In the blink of an eye, the sky behind Yi Xian was filled with millions of swords. In an instant the entire Divine Mountain was shocked. The woman glanced at Yi Xian and did not speak. At the foot of the Divine Mountain Yi Xian's aura suddenly soared. In an instant, his aura directly changed from profound insight to profound insight. Moreover, his aura was still soaring wildly. The powerful aura swept through the entire Divine Mountain like a storm. At this moment all the experts of the Yen clan felt an extremely terrifying pressure, as if they were suffocating. Yi Xian looked at the black-robed man who had already turned to stone in front of him and said with a smile, Have you seen such a young profound insight realm expert? The black-robed man said with a trembling voice. No. Yi Xian smiled and gently patted the black-robed man's shoulder. 3 breaths. If I don't see Yan Bei in 3 breaths, I will start slaughtering the clan. Slaughtering the clan? You really know how to brag. At this moment, loud laughter suddenly came from the top of the divine mountain. Then a terrifying aura soared into the sky. In the next moment an old man rushed over. An expert of the divine mountain Yen clan. And he was at the profound insight realm. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly waved his brush. The tip of the brush slashed out. Whoosh. In the sky, the head of the profound insight realm elder who had just appeared flew out. It was an instant kill. In front of Yi Xian, the black-robed man's legs suddenly turned to jelly. He knelt down and said with a trembling voice, Boss, Miss will be out soon. P.S. Monthly votes, monthly votes. If you don't vote and he doesn't vote, when can the bastard sister make a name for herself? Chapter 2309. A Dongxian expert was instantly killed? At this moment, all the experts of the Yen clan were dumbfounded. That was a Dongxian expert. He was instantly killed just like that? Moreover, he was directly erased. In front of Yi Xian, the black-robed man was so scared that he peed his pants. He really peed his pants. That was instantly killing a Dongxian expert. How terrifying was his strength. Behind Yi Xian, the woman stared at Yi Xian. No, it should be said that she stared at the pen in Yi Xian's hand. There was a deep sense of fear in her cold gaze. At this moment, a woman slowly walked over from afar. The person who came was Bei Yan. Seeing Yan Bei, Yi Xian relaxed. He was afraid of encountering that kind of melodramatic scenario. For example, when he arrived, Yan Bei would be something. Fortunately, Dedeabi did not make random arrangements. Dedeabi, seeing Yi Xian, Yan Bei lowered his head slightly and said softly, What are you doing here? Yi Xian walked in front of Yan Bei. Didn't I tell you? I accompanied you to the Yen clan. Why didn't you believe me? Yan Bei said softly, I really didn't know you were so powerful. Yi Xian smiled. Do you know now? Yan Bei looked up at Yi Xian. Why did you come to find me? You already have someone you like. Yi Xian frowned slightly. I can like a few more. Everyone. Yan Bei glared at Yi Xian. How can you be like this? Yi Xian smiled slightly. Let's not discuss this for now. Let me talk to your clan first. After saying that, he turned to look at the black-robed man who was still kneeling at the side. Are you representing the Yen clan? The black-robed man hurriedly shook his head. No, my rank is not high enough. The clan leader will talk to you. Yi Xian nodded. Good. Have your clan leader come out. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked over from the side. It was the Yen clan's patriarch Yan Nan. Yan Nan looked at Yi Xian with a trace of fear in the depths of his eyes. How should I address you? Yi Xian smiled and said, Guanshan Academy Yi Xian. Yan Nan said in a deep voice, My Yen clan has no enmity with you. Yi Xian shook his head. I'll get straight to the point. I'm here for Yan Bei. Yan Nan looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled and said, I want to take her with me. Yan Nan went silent for a moment before he said, Can I refuse? Yi Xian grinned. You can try. Yan Nan, the black-robed man suddenly said, Sir, we can talk reason. Yi Xian glanced at the black-robed man. I don't want to be reasonable today. The black-robed man, Yi Xian looked at Yan Bei. Let's go. Yan Bei was slightly hesitant. Yan Nan suddenly said, Sir, you're strong, so my Yen clan doesn't dare to stop you. But do you know that if you take her with you, it will bring calamity to my Yen clan? Yi Xian frowned slightly. What do you mean? Yan Nan sighed softly. Sir should know that my Yen clan believes in the ancient god. Every 10 years, my Yen clan has to offer a divine daughter to the ancient god. Yi Xian looked at Yan Nan with slight displeasure. So you want your daughter to be the divine daughter? You're even more abnormal than my father. The green-robed man, Yan Nan smiled bitterly. It's not that I want Yan Bei to be the divine daughter, but the ancient god chose her. Yi Xian looked at Yan Bei, and Yan Bei nodded slightly. Yi Xian's expression gradually turned cold. Which ancient god is so abnormal? Yan Nan's expression instantly changed. Sir, be careful with your words. Yi Xian was expressionless. Where is the ancient god you speak of? I'll talk to him. Yan Nan hesitated for a moment and said, Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Yan Nan immediately made an inviting gesture. Please come to the top of the mountain to talk. Yi Xian nodded. Everyone walked towards the top of the mountain. On the way, Yan Bei suddenly glanced at the woman behind Yi Xian, and then he said, "Why is she following you?" Yi Xian was slightly surprised. "You know her?" Yan Bei nodded. "She's Xiao Fan from Azura City. She had a conflict with Azura City and left Azura City." Azura City? Yi Xian turned to glance at Xiao Fan. He hadn't expected that this woman was actually from Azura City. Xiao Fan's expression was calm and she didn't speak. At this moment, everyone had arrived at the top of the mountain. Under Yan Nan's lead, Yi Xian arrived before a sacrificial altar, and there was an enormous statue on the altar. This statue held a spear in its hand, and it emanated might without being angry. Yan Nan bowed respectfully to the statue, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian walked slowly towards the statue. At this moment, the statue suddenly trembled slightly, and then it actually opened its eyes. The statue's gaze directly descended onto Yi Xian. It looked at Yi Xian with an indifferent gaze as if it was looking at an ant. When they saw the statue open its eyes, the expressions of all the experts from the Yan clan changed drastically, and they immediately knelt down slowly. Yan Bei hesitated for a moment, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian grinned. When she saw Yi Xian's smile, Yan Bei felt inexplicably at ease. She held onto Yi Xian's hand tightly. At this moment, the ancient god before her didn't seem so terrifying. Meanwhile, the ancient god suddenly spoke. "You won't kneel when you see me?" He was speaking to Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the ancient god and said with a smile, "I won't even kneel when I see my father. Who do you think you are?" The man in green was speechless. The ancient god's eyes narrowed slightly. In the next moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and then an extremely terrifying pressure swept down. This was an aura that surpassed the see-through realm. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly opened his palm, and a sword shot into the sky. Bang! A sword that broke through the sky. As the sword soared into the sky, the terrifying pressure in the sky disappeared without a trace, slashing the void. The ancient god frowned slightly when he saw this. He was about to speak when a sword suddenly pierced through his forehead. Bang! The statue trembled violently, and then it gradually cracked. Yi Xian pulled Yan Bei along as he turned around and left. The ancient god behind him suddenly spoke, disrespecting the gods and blaspheming them. Not to mention that you only possess the karmic luck of the great Tao, even if Dedeabi himself protected you, you would still die. Dedeabi was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly stopped and chuckled. Gods? How laughable. They're just a group of slightly stronger living beings. The ancient god's voice grew colder. How dare you question the ancient god? Yi Xian turned to look at Yan Bei. Did you once believe in this so-called ancient god? Yan Bei nodded. Yi Xian smiled slightly. From now on I'll change your god. You can believe in her. Yan Bei was slightly curious. Who? The corners of Yi Xian's mouth curled up slightly. My Qing, from today onwards you'll believe in her with me. Yan Bei hesitated for a moment and then asked. How powerful is she? Yi Xian blinked. Don't ask. She's invincible if you ask. After he finished speaking, he pulled Yan Bei along and walked into the distance. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly turned to look at Yan Nan and the others. He smiled. All of you can believe in Qing, too. Yan Nan's expression instantly changed drastically when he heard this. He glanced at the ancient god statue at the side that had already completely cracked, bowed deeply and kowtowed fiercely. My Yan clan will only believe in one ancient god for eternity. They didn't know what opportunity they'd missed. Yi Xian smiled slightly when he heard Yan Nan, and then he pulled Yan Bei along and left. At this moment, Yan Nan suddenly said, From this moment onwards, Yan Bei is no longer a member of my Yan clan. Yan Bei's body trembled slightly. Yi Xian turned to look at Yan Bei and smiled. It won't be long before you return. The Yan clan will be proud of you. Trust me. Yan Bei nodded slightly. The two of them left. The ancient god suddenly said, You. Yi Xian suddenly turned his head, and his gaze was as cold as ice. Don't give me any nonsense. I welcome you to mess with me. I'm Yi Xian. Please target me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed with his sword. Bang. The statue directly transformed into nothingness. The experts of the Yan clan were speechless. Yi Xian ignored them and left with Yan Bei and Xiao Fan. Not long after leaving the Yan clan, a beautiful woman suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian and the others. Seeing this beautiful woman, Yan Bei immediately walked over. He held the beautiful woman's hand and said softly, Mother. The beautiful woman helped Yan Bei tidy up the messy hair by his ear. She smiled slightly and then looked at Yi Xian. Can we talk? Just the two of us. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Of course. The beautiful woman and Yi Xian walked into the distance. The beautiful woman suddenly said, "You instantly killed a see-through realm." Yi Xian nodded. The beautiful woman turned to look at Yi Xian. An ancient god is not someone a see-through realm can compare to. Yi Xian nodded. I know. The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, "You are very confident and elegant. No wonder she likes you." Yi Xian was silent. The beautiful woman said again, "You will be good to her, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I will." The beautiful woman looked straight at Yi Xian. "Is this a promise?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. "Yes." The beautiful woman smiled lightly. "You are a very, very good person. You have strength, confidence, and charisma. No wonder she likes you. However, if she has a choice, I hope she doesn't like you." Yi Xian looked at the beautiful woman. The beautiful woman said softly, "Because people like you will definitely have many women by your side." Yi Xian was silent. The beautiful woman turned to look at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "It seems that I was right. You must like more than one woman, right?" Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "This is all my father's fault." The beautiful woman frowned slightly. "Your father?" Yi Xian nodded and said seriously, "He created something called the crazy demon bloodline. People who have this bloodline are more or less dissolute. So, many times I can't help myself." As he said this, he directly activated the crazy demon bloodline. Crazy demon bloodline. The blue-robed man. When she saw Yi Xian's bloodline, the beautiful woman's face suddenly changed. "Your bloodline is so terrifying. I have never seen such a terrifying evil and murderous aura." Yi Xian nodded quickly. Yes, yes. Because of this bloodline I can't help but be dissolute. So I am also troubled." The crazy demon bloodline couldn't help but say angrily, "I seem to only make you crazy, make you demonic? I didn't make you dissolute, right?" 7017K. Chapter 23:10. The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian with a faint smile. It was obvious that she did not believe Yi Xian's nonsense. Although Yi Xian was thick-skinned, he could not help but blush at this moment. At this moment, the beautiful woman retracted her gaze and smiled. "I have to say, you are indeed very lethal to women. When an outstanding person like you is also thick-skinned, I'm afraid there are not many women in this world who can resist you." Yi Xian was speechless. The beautiful woman looked at Yan Bei in the distance and said softly, "This girl has carried many burdens since she was young, especially after she was chosen by the so-called ancient god. All these years she has suffered. I hope she can live a happy life." As she spoke, she bowed deeply to Yi Xian. "Please?" Yi Xian nodded. "I will bring her back." The beautiful woman looked at Yi Xian. "If possible, don't come back. The clan is cold, there is nothing worth staying for." With that she turned and left. After the beautiful woman left, Yan Bei and Xiufan came to Yi Xian. Yan Bei's expression was a little sad, obviously reluctant to part with the beautiful woman. Yi Xian smiled. "Do you want to come back in the future?" Yan Bei nodded. Yi Xian nodded. "Then we will come back." Yan Bei looked at Yi Xian. "Is that a promise?" Yi Xian smiled. "Yes." Yan Bei smiled. "All right." Yi Xian turned to look in the direction of the Yan clan. He narrowed his eyes and a cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. The next moment he flicked his sleeve. Boom. A divine sense was directly severed. Yan clan on the divine mountain. Yan Nan suddenly retracted his gaze. His expression was extremely ugly. He had been observing Yi Xian just now, but he did not expect that he would be discovered by Yi Xian. This youth's strength was much more terrifying than he had imagined. At this moment, an old man walked to Yan Nan's side and said in a low voice, "Clan leader, that youth is definitely not an ordinary person." Yan Nan slowly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. How could I not know? He had to admit that he was shocked. Previously, Yi Xian actually insta-killed a Grotto Profound Realm. That was the Grotto Profound Realm. He was instantly killed just like that. His heart was also filled with shock and fear. Just now, he was hesitant about whether he should directly side with Yi Xian and believe in that Qing'er. But in the end he still chose the ancient gods. Yi Xian was very monstrous, but he was more afraid of the ancient gods. It should be known that the Yan clan had been able to achieve what it was today because the Yan clan worshipped the ancient gods and received endless cultivation methods and special cultivation resources from the ancient gods. It was because of the support of those ancient gods that the Yan clan of the desolate universe was born. It could be said that the see-through realm, a top-notch expert in the universe, was nothing in front of these ancient gods. Thus he chose the ancient god's side. He did not dare to gamble. If he lost the gamble, then the Yan clan would really be beyond redemption. Most importantly, this Qing'er that Yi Xian mentioned, he had never heard of him. This Qing'er was obviously the person behind Yi Xian. However, as a see-through realm, he had never heard of this Qing'er. Obviously, even if this person was a big shot, he was probably just an ordinary big shot. It was precisely because of this reason that he chose the ancient gods in the end. It was safe. At this time, the old man beside him said, "Clan leader, we chose the ancient gods. That youth just now has already blasphemed against the ancient gods. The ancient gods will definitely not let him go. In other words, we might have to face that youth, and that youth is not simple." Saying this, a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Yan Nan was silent for a moment before saying, "Do you think that youth can contend against the ancient gods?" The old man hesitated. Yan Nan said softly, "Perhaps this is an opportunity for my Yan clan this time." As he said this, he raised his head and looked into the distant horizon. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Ancient gods. Eternal gods. On the other side in the sky, Yi Xian withdrew his gaze, but his expression was somewhat cold. Yan Bei said softly, "Are you all right?" Yi Xian smiled slightly. "I'm fine." Yan Bei glanced at Yi Xian and did not say anything else. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly looked at Xiu Fan. Without any nonsense, he opened his palm and the deity flew directly in front of Xiu Fan. Xiu Fan hesitated for a moment before taking the deity. The moment she held the deity, her pupils suddenly shrank and she quickly let go. She looked at Yi Xian with eyes full of shock. Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Very shocked?" Xiu Fan nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "Miss, I have fulfilled my promise." After saying this, he looked at Yan Bei. "Let's go." Yan Bei nodded. The two of them were about to leave when Xiu Fan suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. She looked straight at Yi Xian. "I will follow you." Yi Xian was speechless. Xiu Fan said, "I can also kill Dong Xian." "Kill Dong Xian." Yi Xian looked at Xiu Fan and said with a smile, "Just because of this brush?" Xiu Fan nodded and bowed deeply. "From today onwards, I am willing to be the blade in your hand." Yi Xian was silent for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't know your character." Xiu Fan raised her head to look at Yi Xian. "I have never killed an innocent person, and I have never done anything that I am ashamed of." Yi Xian turned his head to look at Yan Bei. After a moment of silence, Yan Bei said, "She is from Azura City and is also the niece of the current city lord of Azura City. However, more than 10 years ago she broke off relations with Azura City and killed her way out. As for why she broke off relations, my Yan clan investigated this matter but did not find anything." Yi Xian looked at Xiu Fan. Why did she break off relations with Azura City? Xiu Fan's expression suddenly became malevolent, and her eyes turned blood red. "That beast killed my birth mother and even wanted to sully me." Hearing this, Yi Xian was stunned. "Is what you said true?" Xiu Fan looked straight at Yi Xian. "I swear on my blood and soul that if there is even the slightest falsehood," as she said this, she pointed at Yi Xian's dedeabi. "If there is even the slightest falsehood, this brush will destroy it." Dedeabi trembled slightly. Boom. Suddenly, Xiu Fan's soul violently trembled, but it quickly returned to normal. Yi Xian was silent. Dedeabi's feedback was that the woman in front of him was not lying. Yan Bei suddenly said, "She has an extremely rare profound godly body. If you dual cultivate with her, it will surpass 100,000 years of bitter cultivation." Profound body. Yi Xian sized up Xiu Fan. Soon he also discovered that this Xiu Fan's physique was indeed extraordinary. Yan Bei suddenly said, "If you accept her, you will become enemies with Azura City." Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this time the space in the distance suddenly split open. The next moment, two strange auras suddenly swept over. Rumble. In an instant, a wave of evil chi and killing intent filled the surroundings. Two Grotto Profound Realm experts. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. At this time, two old men appeared in front of Yi Xian's group of three. The one in the lead was an old man dressed in a black robe. His hands were hidden in his sleeves, and his gaze was like a knife, making people shudder. Beside him stood another old man. This old man wore an iron mask and he looked somewhat gloomy. Both old men exuded a gloomy aura. The black-robed old man in the lead glanced at Xiu Fan, then looked at Yi Xian. The next moment, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a trace of excitement flashed in them. Special bloodline. Bloodline. Just now, after he displayed his bloodline to that beautiful woman, he forgot to use the deity to conceal again. Hence, this black-robed old man directly sensed the uniqueness of his bloodline. Of course he also sensed his realm. However, at this moment, his realm was no longer Grotto Profound but had recovered to Grotto Profound. Yi Xian turned his head to look at Xiao Fan. Your Azura city like special bloodlines? Xiao Fan nodded, her expression ice-cold. Like special bloodlines and special physiques because Azura city's cultivation methods are all more unorthodox and walk very extreme. Some special bloodlines and special physiques are what they love the most. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked at the black-robed old man and said with a smile, "Let me guess our next story. You took a fancy to my special bloodline, so evil thoughts arose and you wanted to seize my bloodline. No, you didn't want to, but you were already prepared to do so. Is that right?" The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and was very frank. Yes. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "I feel that this kind of story is too melodramatic. I'll change the story for you. Are you willing to listen?" The black-robed old man's expression was calm. "Tell me, I'll listen." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Do you think that a person with this kind of bloodline is ordinary?" The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian. "No." Yi Xian nodded and said with a smile, "Look at me. I reached the Grotto Profound realm at such a young age. Do you think I'm ordinary?" The black-robed old man nodded slightly. "Definitely not ordinary." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Yes. Not only am I strong but the people behind me are also very strong. If you want to make a move against me, even if I can't beat you, I still have people behind me. They are the kind of people who will come after you beat the young. At that time, your Azura city might be destroyed." The black-robed old man laughed lightly, not taking it to heart. "And then?" Yi Xian said with a smile, "I've said so much from the bottom of my heart. Will you listen? To be honest, I've never been so honest before." The black-robed old man said with a smile, "So I have to thank you?" Ah. After saying this, he shook his head. Youngsters should know their place and properly increase their strength, not be flashy. Because there are many times when being flashy is useless, just like now. Yi Xian was silent for a moment before saying, "It seems that you plan to walk the first story." The black-robed old man laughed lightly. "Your bloodline is rarely seen in 10,000 years. If we devour your bloodline, our cultivation will definitely rise. Next, as for the backer you spoke of, let me ask you, is the power behind you stronger than my Azura city?" Yi Xian said earnestly, "I'm telling the truth, I'm really telling the truth. The power behind me is stronger than Azura city. I can swear that I'm not deceiving you. If you do something to me you will be very miserable. I'm really not lying to you. I beg you to believe me this once." As he spoke, he hurriedly removed the pen from his waist and said, "This is the deity, it's really the deity." The black-robed old man suddenly laughed. He pointed at Yi Xian and said, "Funny, really funny. You casually took out a broken pen and told me it was the deity. Do you think you are stupid or the old man is stupid? With your IQ you want to fool the old man? You're delusional." Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. After reading the comments for so long, I noticed one thing. More importantly, Luan's good brother. Or even less. Luan's total F** king money. How realistic. 7017K. Chapter 23:11. Bluff. When he heard this black-robed old man's words, Yi Xian's mentality directly collapsed. He could swear that he had never been so sincere before. However, this old man actually still thought that he was bluffing him? What's wrong with him? Yi Xian was speechless. The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian, his face full of ridicule. "Aren't you very good at bluffing? Come on, continue bluffing, I'll quietly watch your performance." Yi Xian shook his head. "My balls are hurting." Yin Bei was suddenly a little curious. "What balls?" Yi Xian. In the distance, that black-robed old man suddenly sneered and said, "What, not bluffing anymore?" Speaking up to this point, the black-robed old man's pupils suddenly shrank because a dot of sword light appeared in front of his eyebrows unknowingly, slashing the void. This sword was made up of 4 swords as one. The moment he saw this sword, all the hair on the black-robed old man's body stood on end at this moment. The aura of death. He had never been so close to death. At this moment he knew that he had underestimated the enemy. Greatly underestimated the enemy. Because he underestimated the enemy, he was directly caught off guard. Therefore he could not make the best defense at all and could only hastily defend passively. Boom. that dot of sword light suddenly pierced the black-robed old man's eyebrows. In an instant, the black-robed old man's physical body directly shattered, immediately turning into nothingness, but his soul retreated frantically, wanting to pull away from Yi Xian. However, Yi Xian had long expected it. Therefore, the moment the black-robed old man's soul just retreated, another sword slashed over, still slashing the void. This sword directly sank into the black-robed old man's eyebrows. Boom. The black-robed old man's soul trembled violently, directly fixed in place. At this moment, the black-robed old man's eyes were wide like copper bells, his eyes full of horror and disbelief. He never thought that he would actually be beheaded by a teenager with 2 swords. How was this possible? The see-through realm powerhouse next to the black-robed old man also had a dumbfounded expression at this moment. 2 swords? Killing see-through realm with 2 swords? Was he crazy? The black-robed old man looked at Yi Xian and was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Don't speak, I'm afraid my balls will hurt again." As the voice faded, the black-robed old man was directly erased. Completely erased. At this moment, the other expert retreated madly. At this moment, Yi Xian opened his palm and slashed out with a brush. A brush tip chopped out. In an instant, that grotto profound realm powerhouse was directly wiped out. Yanbei was dumbfounded. Her eyes were wide open, and her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Xiao Fan glanced at the pen in Yi Xian's hand and didn't say anything. Right at this moment, the distant horizon suddenly split open, and in the next moment, a terrifying aura swept over. Yi Xian frowned slightly. In the sky, a shadow gradually appeared. Xiao Fan's brows knit together tightly when she saw this figure. Yi Xian looked at the figure in the sky and the figure looked back at him. Yi Xian smiled slightly and did not speak. After the figure was silent for a moment, it suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, "Let's go." Finished talking, he directly brought the 2 girls to that transmission valley from before. No idea how long later, Yi Xian brought the 2 girls back to the Universe of Gods Guanshan Academy. The moment he returned to Guanshan Academy, Yi Xian came to that bamboo forest where he cultivated. He sat cross-legged on the ground, his entire person appearing incomparably weak. Regardless of executing one sword slashing nothingness or urging Dedeabi, this consumption was seriously too great. The current him was already close to collapse and did not have the strength to fight anymore. Otherwise, he would have directly gone to Azura City previously. About 2 hours later, Yi Xian, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his complexion had recovered a little. Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Although he now had Dedeabi and Jiansu, he still could not be beaten up by a group. If the other party's numbers were too many, he would be exhausted by the group, which would be very dangerous. Therefore he must avoid being beaten up by a group. In addition, he also needed to cultivate his own forces. At this time, the sound of footsteps suddenly came from the side. Yi Xian turned his head and saw that the person who had come was Qing Qiu. Qing Qiu walked in front of Yi Xian with a cup of tea in her hand. She smiled slightly. "Young master brother, drink some tea." Yi Xian smiled. He took the tea and took a sip, then said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Qing Qiu rolled her eyes at Yi Xian. "Can't I look for you without any reason?" Yi Xian smiled. "Of course you can." Qing Qiu looked at Yi Xian and blinked. "Young master brother, did you find anything else?" Yi Xian blinked. "What?" Qing Qiu glared at Yi Xian. "Umph." After saying that, she turned around and left. After Qing Qiu left, Yi Xian fell into silence. Shock. At this moment he was already numb. Because Qing Qiu had reached half a step into the profound knowledge realm. Half a step into the profound knowledge realm. Yi Xian did not feel well at all. What the hell? At this moment he felt that he was a waste. A big waste. As a second-generation heir, he felt that Qing Qiu's cultivation was a bit outrageous. Who was the reincarnation of a big shot? How could it be so outrageous? Like a god. Moreover, this big shot had a relationship with him. But he racked his brains and couldn't think of who it was. At this moment he really didn't want to cultivate anymore. After being defeated by the 3 swords and Qing Guan, he accepted it. But now this little girl still wanted to show off in front of him every day. Thinking of this, Yi Xian snorted. "You want to show off in front of me? I won't let you. I'll pretend that I didn't see it." After a while, Yi Xian got up and left. After Yan Bei and Xiaofan came to the academy, the 2 girls directly joined Wu Yuan. It had to be said that the 2 girls were also shocked by Qing Qiu. This Qing Qiu's talent couldn't be described with words. She was simply a freak. The scale of the academy was getting bigger and bigger. Although there were few people in Wuyuan except for Qingqiu, the lowest level was at the peak of the profound knowledge realm. And there were more than 100 people in the Institute of Literature. Most of these people were scholars, but there were also people who practiced both literature and martial arts. The academy didn't prohibit the practice of both. When Yi Xian arrived at the academy, it was much livelier and more lively than before. There were many new faces in the academy. These people were carefully selected by Xu Xian and Qingqiu. Their characters were excellent in all aspects. When these students saw Yi Xian, they immediately stopped and bowed. Yi Xian also bowed slightly. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't put on any airs, the expressions of the students instantly relaxed. Many of them had never seen Yi Xian the dean. Seeing that Yi Xian was so gentle and polite, everyone's impression of Yi Xian increased a lot. After a while, Yi Xian arrived at the Celestial Treasures Pavilion. He found Nanqing and handed him a name list. The names on the list are all my relatives and friends. Make a trip on my behalf. Tell them that I invited them to Guanshuan Academy in the Universe of Gods. Without the Qingxian sword, it was too inconvenient for him to invite his old friends to Guanshuan Academy. He could only ask the Celestial Treasures Pavilion for help, because only the Celestial Treasures Pavilion could build a transportation array in the universe. Nanqing accepted the name list. Then he bowed slightly. Yes, sir. Yi Xian smiled. Thank you. Nanqing hurriedly said, You're welcome, young Master Yi. With that he turned and left. Yi Xian stood where he was and smiled slightly. At this moment he couldn't wait to see his old friends. After leaving the Celestial Treasures Pavilion, Yi Xian went to the Shen world. As soon as he arrived, Li Lan appeared in front of him. Seeing him, Li Lan was very excited. He immediately came up to him. Young Master Yi, you're here. With that, he hurriedly asked someone to bring Yi Xian's carriage over. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Senior Li Lan hurriedly shook his head. I don't dare to call you senior. I'm a few years older than you. How about I call you big brother? Yi Xian's expression froze. Li Lan smiled awkwardly. Young Master Yi, are you here to recruit students this time? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Li Lan immediately said. No problem. No problem at all. As long as young Master Yi takes a fancy to the people of my Shen world, you can recruit them. There's no problem in my Shen world. Yi Xian blinked. Senior is so generous. How should I thank Senior? Li Lan pretended to be unhappy. Thank what? No need. My daughter is a member of Guanshuan Academy. In other words, I'm also a member of Guanshuan Academy. We're family. What's there to thank? He naturally had his own calculations. Now that Li Shui was in Guanshuan Academy, if something happened between Li Shui and Yi Xian, F***ck, then wouldn't he make a huge profit? One must know that this young Master Yi wasn't someone that immortal ancient Yuan could compare to. He couldn't be like that couple in Immortal Ancient and cause trouble for his daughter. This was the reason why he was so enthusiastic. Yi Xian smiled. Then he opened his palm. Divine Way Codex slowly floated in front of Li Lan. Senior, I know you've memorized everything. This Divine Way Codex has been annotated. Its value is even higher. Li Lan hurriedly took the Divine Way Codex and bowed deeply. Thank you. A moment later, Yi Xian put away the Divine Way Codex and said, Senior, Li Shui is in the academy. She's fine. Don't worry. Li Lan hurriedly said. No need to worry. She's with young Master Yi. You're a gentleman. What's there for me to worry about? Even if something happens between the two of you, it doesn't matter really. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, Senior, can I raise a little opinion? Li Lan nodded. Of course. Little friend, feel free to speak your mind. Yi Xian smiled. Did Senior go see Li Shui after she left the Immortal Ancient Clan? Li Lan was stunned. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, Li Shui is a very good woman and she's also a very strong woman. However, strong women always have a soft spot in their hearts. She really cares about you. I know that family ties between large clans and families are rather weak, but it doesn't mean that there's no family ties. If Senior can go see her and show her some care, I believe she'll be very happy. Whether it's for family ties or for benefits, it's very beneficial, isn't it? Li Lan fell silent for a moment and bowed slightly. I've learned my lesson. Yi Xian smiled. I welcome Senior to be a guest at Guanshan Academy at any time. With that he turned and left. Li Lan remained silent for a moment before leaving. He headed to Guanshan Academy. What? The reason was very simple. Li Shui was currently at Guanshan Academy, and she had such a good relationship with Yi Xian. If something happened between her and Yi Xian, then it would bring boundless benefits to the mystic world. Family ties? Benefits? Where there were benefits, there would be family ties. Chapter 23:12. After leaving the profound world, Yi Xian came to Yan clan. Yan clan's patriarch Yan Xiran was already waiting in front of the city gate. Seeing Yi Xian, Yan Xiran hurriedly came up and cupped his fists. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian smiled. "Patriarch Yan, I trust you have been well since we last met." Yan Xiran smiled. "After not seeing you for a few days, young Master Yi has become stronger." Yi Xian smiled. "Patriarch Yan should know why I came here?" Yan Xiran nodded. "Young Master Yi, if you want to recruit students, feel free to come. Of course, I also have a small request. I hope that a few people from my Yan clan can join Guanshan Academy." Yi Xian smiled. "Sure. However, I need people with excellent character." Yan Xiran said seriously, "Of course I will personally choose these people." Yi Xian nodded. "Patriarch Yan personally chooses, then I am naturally assured." As he said, he opened his palm, and the Divine Tao Codex appeared in front of Patriarch Yan. Yan Xiran was a bit hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. "What is it?" Yan Xiran smiled bitterly. "Young Master Yi, my son offended you that day, but thanks to Lord Young Master Ye's magnanimity, and recently Young Master Yi treated me with such great respect, I have no face." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "What happened in the past is in the past, so let it be in the past. We should look forward, isn't that right? Furthermore, I also accepted 20 million universe veins from you that day, so the grudge between us is settled." Yan Xiran bowed deeply. "With Young Master Ye's words today, I am truly assured." Yi Xian smiled and said, "Clan leader Yan, hurry up and finish reading this Divine Path Codex. I still have to go to the next place." Yan Xiran smiled. "All right." As he said, he took the Divine Tao Codex. After a short moment, he returned the Divine Tao Code to Yi Xian and said with shock, "This Pavilion Master Qing Guan is truly an extraordinary person." Yi Xian nodded. "Only second to my Qing." Yan Xiran was stunned. "There's someone stronger than Miss Qing Guan?" Yi Xian smiled. "In terms of knowledge, Qing'er is also unparalleled. Qing'er the Eternal God." With that he turned around and left. Eternal God. Yan Xiran was stunned, and then he shook his head and smiled. He looked at Yi Xian who was leaving in the distance, and he sighed with emotion in his heart. No matter if it was bearing or worldly wisdom, this young Master Yi was impeccable. It was true that talented people appeared in every generation, and each generation was stronger than the previous. Yan Xiran turned and left. After leaving the profound world, Yi Xian went straight to Yunjia. And this time no one came to pick him up. Yi Xian came to the foot of Cloud Mountain. This Cloud Mountain was the core of Yunjia, and also the place where Shenlan lived. This mountain could be said to be the forbidden area of Yunjia. Yi Xian had just arrived at the foot of the mountain when an old man appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man bowed slightly. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian returned the greeting. "Please inform Realm Lord Shenlan that Yi Xian from Guanshan Academy has come to visit." The old man hesitated for a moment, then said, "I'm really sorry, Realm Lord is in seclusion. Seclusion?" Yi Xian looked up, he thought for a moment, then said, "How long will it take?" The old man smiled bitterly. "I don't know." Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment the old man suddenly said, "Young Master Yi, just now Realm Lord passed a message 2 days later she will come out of seclusion." Yi Xian smiled slightly. "Then I'll wait." The old man nodded. "All right." Yi Xian pointed to the top of the mountain. "Can I go up?" The old man was a little hesitant. Yi Xian smiled. "Can't you?" The old man thought for a moment, then said, "Young Master Yi, please go ahead." He could see that Shenlan had a good impression of Yi Xian. Since that was the case, why should he poke his nose into other people's business? Yi Xian smiled, then came to the top of Cloud Mountain. The top of the mountain was very cold, at a glance, surrounded by clouds and mist. It was like a fairyland. Yi Xian looked around and seemed to have discovered something. He walked to the right and soon arrived in front of a mountain wall. On the mountain wall, there was a sentence carved. Who said women were inferior to men? Seeing this sentence, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. Along the way all the big shots were basically women. There were still 2 days left. Yi Xian lay in front of the mountain wall and took out an ancient book. Wuxia. It was unknown when this ancient book came from. There were no cultivation methods in the book, just ancient poems written by some scholars. Strictly speaking, this was the earliest collection of romantic poems in the history of literature. Unfortunately, it was already damaged and not complete. Yi Xian felt a little emotional. Along the way he had experienced many universes, and every universe had its own civilization, but most of these civilizations were martial arts civilizations. In a universe where the strong were respected, the so-called literary civilization was not valued. Moreover, the stronger the power, the less importance it attached to these things. Of course, Yi Xian understood. In the vast universe without strength, everything was nonsense. Now that he had opened an academy and promoted education, it was also built on the foundation of powerful strength. If he did not have powerful strength, how could he open an academy? That would be a dream. Many times in this world, if you wanted to talk reason with someone, you had to talk with your fists first. At the end of the day, the one with the bigger fist was the one with the bigger reason. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. While learning, he had to work hard to improve his strength. Recollecting his thoughts, Yi Xian continued to read. As if he had seen something, he said softly, "The world is dirty, but I am pure. Everyone is drunk, but I am sober. Did you write this?" At this moment, a voice came from behind Yi Xian. Yi Xian turned around and saw Shenlan walking towards him slowly. Today Shenlan was wearing a long dark green dress. The long dress was embroidered with mountains and rivers. She looked tranquil and elegant. She was still wearing a silver mask on her face. Therefore only half of her face could be seen. However, even this half of her face was devastatingly beautiful. Yi Xian put away the ancient book in his hand and said with a smile, "It's not?" Speaking of this, he seemed to have discovered something, and a touch of surprise flashed in his eyes. Profound insight? He discovered that this Shenlan had reached profound insight. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. "How did you find out?" Yi Xian smiled and pointed to the pen on his waist. "This thing can see through all concealment methods." Shenlan glanced at the pen on Yi Xian's waist and then asked again, "What pen?" Yi Xian smiled and said, "Did Daebi?" Shenlan was slightly stunned and then said, "Are you serious?" Yi Xian asked back, "Have I ever lied to you?" Shenlan suddenly walked slowly in front of Yi Xian. As soon as she approached, Yi Xian suddenly smelled a faint fragrance, which made him a little restless. Shenlan looked straight at Yi Xian. "Did Daebi?" Yi Xian nodded. He took down Daebi and then handed it to Shenlan. "Have a look." Shenlan looked at Yi Xian for a moment, and then she took Daebi. The moment she held Daebi, her pupils suddenly shrank and she quickly let go. "You?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You can't hold this pen?" He realized that it was the same for Xiaofan previously. The moment she touched Daebi, she let go. Shenlan was extremely shocked and her voice trembled slightly. "The moment I held this pen, I felt like I was going to be erased." "Erased?" Yi Xian frowned slightly and he looked at Daebi. "Why didn't I feel that?" "Daebi?" Shenlan suddenly asked again. "Is this really Daebi?" Yi Xian was a little displeased. "Do I get anything out of lying to you?" Shenlan was a little in disbelief. "Why do you have Daebi?" Yi Xian blinked. "Should we talk about something else?" After a moment of silence, Shenlan said, "All right." Yi Xian smiled. "I came here this time to talk to you. It's like this, my academy is recruiting people and I want to come to Yunjie to recruit people. Is that okay?" Shenlan glanced at Yi Xian. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "Thank you." Shenlan suddenly said, "Can you do me a favor?" Yi Xian nodded. "Tell me." Shenlan said in a low voice, "I want you to accompany me to a place." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What place?" Shenlan said, "Cloud Tomb." Yi Xian's brows furrowed. "Cloud Tomb?" Shenlan nodded. "I Yunjie have a rule for generations. That is, every sector lord who reaches the profound insight realm must go to this Cloud Tomb. I don't know why, but I know that none of my ancestors who went to Yunjie came back." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Dangerous?" Shenlan nodded. "Very dangerous." As he spoke, he glanced at Yi Xian. "If you are willing to go with me, there will be benefits." Hearing this, the smile on Yi Xian's face suddenly disappeared, and his expression instantly turned cold. "I'm not going." As he finished speaking, he turned and left. Shenlan was slightly stunned. Seeing that Yi Xian had already disappeared into the horizon, she hurriedly disappeared on the spot. At the end of the horizon, Shenlan stood in front of Yi Xian, blocking his path. She looked at Yi Xian. "We were having a good talk, why are you angry?" Yi Xian's expression was calm. "Think about it yourself." Shenlan's black brows furrowed. Yi Xian looked at Shenlan. If you can't think about it, then don't think about it. As he finished speaking, he was about to leave. At this time, Shenlan suddenly pulled his right arm. If you don't want to go, you don't have to do this, right? Yi Xian looked at Shenlan. This is what you want? Shenlan stared at Yi Xian. What did I say wrong? Yi Xian smiled. Originally I thought that you and I were friends, but I was wrong. You said you wanted me to help you and I agreed without any hesitation, but you said you would give me benefits. Let me ask you, did I help you for your benefits? You said benefits, so let me ask you, what benefits can you give me? If we're talking about time veins, I have several divine Tao codex, and each one is worth hundreds of millions of time veins. We're talking about divine objects, then this brush at my waist is the deity. Looking at this universe, what divine object can compare to this brush? As he spoke, he walked closer to Shenlan and looked straight into Shenlan's eyes. Benefits? Tell me, what benefits can you give me? Shenlan fell silent. Yi Xian said again, I treat you as a friend, but what about you? His words were filled with estrangement. Since that's the case, then I have no need to be friends with you. Goodbye. As he finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave on his sword. But Shenlan held onto him tightly. Yi Xian turned to look at Shenlan, slightly displeased. What do you want to do? Shenlan hesitated for a moment, then said, I said something wrong. Don't be angry. Yi Xian was expressionless, no sincerity at all. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. Then what do you want? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, My Guanxian Academy has just been established and now we are lacking people. Do you want to join my Guanxian Academy? There are many benefits. Shenlan. Chapter 23:13. Shenlan gazed at Yi Xian without saying a word. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then he said, Are you willing? After a moment of silence, Shenlan said, Think about it. Yi Xian nodded slightly. All right. He knew that this matter couldn't be rushed. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly became curious. Miss Shenlan, why are you always wearing a mask? Shenlan said indifferently, It's too beautiful, it's annoying. Yi Xian was stunned and then he smiled and said, I should wear a mask as well. Shenlan frowned slightly. Why? Yi Xian smiled and said, It's too handsome, it's annoying. Shenlan was speechless. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, Let's go to the cloud tomb. After she finished speaking, she turned around and vanished into the horizon. Yi Xian shrugged and followed her. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was flying on his sword and Shenlan was by his side. Shenlan glanced at Yi Xian and then she said, A swordsman very rare. Yi Xian blinked. Handsome. Shenlan was slightly stunned and then she said, You're not serious. Yi Xian was speechless. Meanwhile, Shenlan raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. Young Master Yi, the cloud tomb is very dangerous. Yi Xian smiled and said, Do you know why I agreed to go with you? Shenlan turned to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian smiled slightly. Because it's dangerous. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian and didn't say anything. Yi Xian touched his face and said, Why do you keep looking at me? Shenlan shook his head. That mouth of yours is enough to make countless women fall for it. As she said that, she said very seriously, Young Master Yi, I can feel that you don't have any evil intentions. However, you should pay attention to one thing. If you don't like a woman, don't let her have a good impression of you. Many women are infatuated. To them, once they fall in love, they might give up everything. If they receive a response, then it's fine. But if they don't receive a response, then they might be destroyed. Yi Xian shook his head. Miss Shenlan, what you said makes sense, but I only treat you as a friend, a very good friend, that's all. If my behavior has caused you to misunderstand, then I will try to be more careful in the future. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. I didn't misunderstand. Yi Xian nodded. That's great. Shenlan frowned. Am I that bad? Yi Xian was taken aback. What do you mean? Shenlan was expressionless. I don't mean anything. Yi Xian was speechless. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. He stopped. At the same time, Shenlan also stopped. She turned her head to look and her eyebrows were slightly knitted. Yi Xian turned his head to look. At the end of the distant starry sky, a figure suddenly disappeared. Yi Xian's expression sank. Just now, someone had been following him and Shenlan. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. Your enemy? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, It should be Azura City. Shenlan was a little puzzled. You have a conflict with them? Yi Xian nodded. They want my bloodline. Shenlan sized up Yi Xian. Your bloodline? What bloodline? Yi Xian shook his head. Shenlan was slightly stunned and then he said, "Can't I tell you?" Yi Xian nodded. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then he said, "I treated you sincerely just now, and it caused you to misunderstand. So, it's just as you said I should pay attention to it. In the future, it's better that I don't tell you some of my secrets, lest you misunderstand." Shenlan was a little angry. "I won't misunderstand." Yi Xian shook his head. "But I still have to watch my words. Miss Shenlan, don't ask any more." Shenlan looked at Yi Xian and clenched her fists. She was a little angry but she had no reason to flare up. Yi Xian withdrew his gaze and looked into the distance. "Are we about to reach the cloud grave?" Shenlan took a deep breath and said, "I don't know." Yi Xian was speechless. The two of them continued forward. But this time the two of them didn't talk much. Previously Yi Xian would take the initiative to talk to Shenlan, but after what had just happened, Yi Xian began to maintain a certain distance from Shenlan. Whether it was in terms of talking or anything else, there was a sense of distance between them. Shenlan's face was as cold as ice and she didn't say a word. Yi Xian looked around. With Dedeabi's help, his divine sense swept through several dozen starfields, and this time he didn't discover anyone following them. Yi Xian was silent. His current enemies were the Ancient God and Azura City. Ancient God? Ancient God? Yi Xian shook his head, rejecting this idea. That Ancient God shouldn't do such a sneaky thing. It was obvious that it was Azura City. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with coldness. It seemed that after the cloud grave he would have to go to Azura City. He didn't like hidden enemies. If there were enemies he would naturally get rid of them. Otherwise, why would he keep them around for the new year? Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Shenlan. Shenlan's face was ice cold and she didn't say a word. Yi Xian hesitated, but in the end he didn't say anything. This woman seemed angry, so it was better not to provoke her. He withdrew his gaze and took out the Songs of Chu to continue reading. Shenlan saw Yi Xian pick up the book, and her expression became even colder. About 2 hours later, Shenlan suddenly stopped. Yi Xian hurriedly stopped as well. He looked into the distance. In the depths of the starry sky, there was a cloud and mist. The cloud and mist were dark black, and within the cloud and mist, there was a sinister and eerie feeling. The cloud of mist was very thick, covering at least 1,000,000 miles and spanning the entire starfield. Yi Xian knew that this should be the cloud grave. Shenlan looked at the cloud of mist, a trace of solemnity in her eyes. Shenlan said softly, "Let's go." After saying this, she walked towards the cloud grave. Yi Xian suddenly grabbed Shenlan's hand and shook his head. "It's a little dangerous." Shenlan glanced at the Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist. "Did it say that?" Yi Xian nodded. Shenlan said in a low voice, "Is it really Dedeabi?" Yi Xian fell silent. Shenlan glared at Yi Xian. "Didn't you say that you should treat people with sincerity?" Yi Xian hesitated and then said, "But everyone has their own secrets, don't they?" Shenlan looked at Yi Xian. "Are you afraid that I will misunderstand and have improper thoughts about you? If so, you can rest assured that I will absolutely not have improper thoughts about you. You can just interact with me normally." Yi Xian was still somewhat hesitant. Shenlan was somewhat angry. "Don't hesitate. Return to normal. I still like the you from before." After saying this, she felt that something was wrong, but she could not take back her words. She could only glare at Yi Xian. Yi Xian did not argue. He looked into the distance and then said in a low voice, "Two problems. This cloud grave is indeed very dangerous. Second, the sword in my hand is indeed Dedeabi." Shenlan said in a low voice, "How dangerous is it?" Yi Xian looked at Shenlan. "Do you really want to go in?" Shenlan nodded. "My father came here in the past and then never returned." Yi Xian was silent for a moment and then said, "I'll go in first." After saying this, he turned around and walked towards the cloud grave. Shenlan was slightly stunned when she saw this. A moment later, she grabbed Yi Xian's arm. Yi Xian turned to look at Shenlan, and Shenlan stared at Yi Xian. "Let's go in together." Yi Xian said in a low voice, "I have Dedeabi. Even if there is danger, it shouldn't be a problem for me to escape unscathed." Shenlan shook her head. "If you want to go in, then we'll go in together. Otherwise you can go back." Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "Then let's go in together." Shenlan nodded. "All right." As they spoke, the two of them walked towards the cloud grave. They just arrived in front of the cloud grave when the black clouds and mist suddenly surged. In the next moment, the clouds and mist parted to the sides, and a huge stone staircase appeared before Yi Xian and Shenlan. Yi Xian and Shenlan exchanged glances, and then they walked up the stone staircase. It didn't take long for them to arrive before a vortex. The vortex seemed like a door and it was extremely gloomy. Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of them. The figure suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "The bloodline of a godly king." As soon as it finished speaking, the bloodline within Shenlan's body suddenly started trembling. In the next moment, a strand of terrifying bloodline energy surged out from within her. Bang! An extremely terrifying bloodline pressure swept out in all directions. However, when this terrifying bloodline pressure came into contact with Yi Xian, it instantly vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the figure glanced at Yi Xian with a trace of shock in its eyes. Shenlan suddenly said in a deep voice, "You also have the bloodline of a godly king." The figure looked at Shenlan. "Your bloodline has only awakened to 60%, so you don't have the qualifications to return to the clan." Shenlan frowned slightly. "Return to the clan?" The figure was expressionless. "It looks like you don't know. Your ancestor made a mistake in the past and was banished to this universe. Back then, the clan leader said that if your bloodline can awaken to 60% or above, you can return to the clan. Otherwise, you can never return to the clan." Shenlan said in a deep voice, "My father went back?" The figure nodded. Shenlan fell silent. At this moment, the figure suddenly said, "Although your bloodline hasn't awakened to 60% or above, your potential is limitless. I can give you a chance. You can return to the clan." Shenlan looked at the figure with some hesitation. The figure turned sideways. "Go in. Once you enter, you can return to the clan and see your father." Shenlan looked at the black vortex, still hesitating. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "She still has some matters to deal with. Let's come back another day." With that, he directly pulled Shenlan's hand and turned to leave. At this moment, a terrifying pressure directly enveloped the two of them. Yi Xian sighed softly. The figure suddenly said in a hoarse voice, "Young man, smart people often die quickly. However, I'm a little curious. How did you see the problem?" Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If her father has really returned to the clan, how could he not contact her? Moreover, look at this environment. Does this environment look like a normal environment? Even a fool would know there's a problem. The next time you set up a trap, can you make it more sunny? Make it more festive? Making it so gloomy? Are you trying to be funny? The figure stared at Yi Xian. "Thank you for your reminder. However, you might not be able to leave." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Do you think I'm leaving because I'm afraid of you?" The figure was stunned. Yi Xian grinned. "You've misunderstood. I want to leave not because I'm afraid of you. I'm afraid of myself. I'm afraid that I'll kill more people." The figure chuckled. "Do you know who you're facing?" Yi Xian asked in return. "Do you know who you're facing?" The figure sneered. "What? You want to compete with me in terms of background? Young man, I'm afraid you can't afford it. Behind me is the Xingu clan. Have you heard of the Xingu clan? You country bumpkin, you definitely haven't heard of it." Yi Xian. P.S. Writing is indeed not that simple. I can only be brothers with everyone on the 15th of every month. Chapter 23:14. Competing for backing? Yi Xian was speechless. How did he end up talking about backing? Was he the kind of person who would compete for backing? Until today, had he ever relied on anyone? Thinking of this, Yi Xian's old face suddenly turned red. The phantom suddenly sneered and said, "Have you ever heard of the ancient gods?" Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Ancient gods?" The phantom's eyes flashed with a touch of surprise. "You have actually heard of the ancient gods. It seems that your backing is not as weak as I thought." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Can we talk about backing all the time? I don't think this is good." The phantom sneered, "What's bad about it? Don't you know that backing is also a kind of strength?" Yi Xian, the phantom said again, "The ancient gods are just one of them, and the ancient gods in terms of godhood, are even above the ancient gods." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You so-called gods, are they all conferred by others or by yourselves?" The phantom sneered, "You really are a frog at the bottom of a well, asking such an ignorant question. You." Yi Xian suddenly waved his pen. The tip of the pen slashed out. In the distance, the phantom's pupils suddenly shrank, and his heart was filled with horror. There was no time to think, his right hand suddenly punched out. Boom. The tip of the pen directly passed through the phantom and slashed on the teleportation vortex. Boom. The vortex was erased in an instant, and at the same time, All the clouds and mist within nearly 1,000,000 miles disappeared directly, and the starry sky reappeared. Seeing this scene, Shenlan was directly stunned. At this moment she completely believed that the pen in Yi Xian's hand was Dedeabi. Before, although she wanted to believe in Yi Xian, her reason told her that it should not be Dedeabi. It should be known that this Dedeabi could run the fate of all living beings. How could it be hung on Yi Xian's waist? But at this moment she really believed it. That brush tip just now was enough to kill countless Grotto Profound Realm powerhouses. Only the legendary Dedeabi could have such terrifying power. Outrageous. Shenlan looked at Yi Xian in front of her, and she was so shocked that her chest kept heaving up and down. In front of Yi Xian, the gradually disappearing figure looked at Yi Xian in a daze. Didn't we have a good chat? Why did you have to kill him? Don't you think this is a little too much? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, I'm sorry. I didn't know you were so weak. He was somewhat speechless. Once Dedeabi came out, he would be reduced to ashes. Initially he wanted to stop there and heavily injure the phantom. Then he could put on a show or something. However, he didn't expect the other party to be so weak. A single brush stroke was enough to instantly kill it. Yi Xian looked at Dedeabi in his hand. Did he underestimate this Dedeabi a little? Dedeabi. At this time, the phantom in the distance suddenly said in a trembling voice, What should I do now? Yi Xian was silent. What to do? I killed you and you're asking me what to do? Yi Xian thought about it and then said, Why don't I bury you? Shenlan, the phantom said in a trembling voice, My words just now were indeed somewhat disrespectful, but it's not a crime worthy of death, right? Can you let me off? I promise I'll change my attitude when I speak. Yi Xian hesitated and then said, It might be too late. In that instant just now, Dedeabi completely erased all the vitality of the phantom. Guilt? He naturally did not. What a joke. If his strength was weak, then the one who died would be him. At that time, would the other party feel guilty for killing him? Of course not. The phantom suddenly turned his head, and when he saw that the portal was gone, his expression instantly changed, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian and said in a trembling voice, Do me a favor. I want to send a voice transmission back to my Xingu clan, and ask them not to provoke you. Can you do me a favor? Yi Xian nodded, yes. The phantom looked up into the depths of the starry sky, and opened his palm. A special voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand, and he said in a trembling voice, I've lost all my strength and I can no longer send voice transmission. Repeat after me, do not avenge me. Yi Xian nodded, do not avenge me, boom. Yi Xian's voice directly entered the voice transmission talisman, and the next moment, the voice transmission talisman turned into a red light and soared into the sky. The phantom hurriedly said again, This person. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared completely. Yi Xian was stunned. Gone? At this moment, the starry sky above Yi Xian and Shenlan suddenly split open, and then an illusory middle-aged man appeared above them. The middle-aged man stared at Yi Xian. You killed someone and still say such words. You are so vicious. Yi Xian's expression froze. The phantom stared at Yi Xian. You wait, no matter who you are, you killed a member of my Xingu clan, no matter how far away you are, you will be killed. After saying that, he directly disappeared. Yi Xian was silent for a moment, and then turned to look at Shenlan. Did he misunderstand? Did he think that I just said those words after I killed someone? Shenlan nodded. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, If I explain, will he believe me? Shenlan shook his head. Yi Xian sighed softly. This was a big misunderstanding. Shenlan suddenly said softly, I'm sorry. Yi Xian looked at Shenlan. What are you apologizing for? Shenlan said softly, I've brought you trouble. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. What trouble is this? Let's go. After saying that, he turned and left. Shenlan glanced at Yi Xian and then turned and left. After leaving the cloud grave, Yi Xian turned to look at Shenlan and said with a smile, I'm going back to the academy. What about you? Shenlan thought for a moment and then said, replying to Yun Jie. Yi Xian nodded, Take care. After saying that, he directly flew up on his sword, and in the blink of an eye, disappeared at the end of the horizon, without a trace of reluctance. Shenlan looked at the distant horizon and after a moment, seeing that Yi Xian had no intention of turning back, she coldly snorted, turned and left. After returning to the academy, Yi Xian directly went to the bamboo forest that he often cultivated in. Vigilance. The appearance of the middle-aged man made him feel a sense of danger. Whether it was the ancient god or the voice of the ancients, these forces were definitely not simple. Although he had the Daebi, it didn't mean that he was invincible. After all, he couldn't activate the Daebi infinitely. Every time he activated the Daebi, it consumed a lot of energy. Once he was consumed infinitely, it would be very dangerous for him. And now, although the overall strength of the Guanshan Academy had improved a lot, it was definitely unable to compete with the ancient gods and the Xingu clan. Moreover, these forces seemed to have become smarter. If they really wanted to target him, they might start with the academy. At that time, he couldn't escape, and he would immediately fall into a passive position. Would he have to look for the Qing and the Yang clan again? Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head. This time he wanted to rely on himself. Once something happened, it would be Qing and the Yang clan. How could he grow? He had to act on his own to feel comfortable. With the appearance of the Qing and the Yang clan, they would be able to act on their own. He could only watch. This wasn't a good feeling. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the Shen-Tian token appeared in his hand. He activated it, and soon, a woman appeared in front of him. It was Ayu, the current vice president of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Seeing Yi Xian, Ayu immediately bowed deeply. "Young Master Yi." Yi Xian nodded. "No need to be so polite." Ayu looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Young Master Yi, do you have any instructions?" Yi Xian said in a low voice, "Can you grasp all the intelligence of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion?" Ayu hesitated, then shook his head. "I can only grasp the intelligence of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion in the universe of gods. As for other places, I and the president of the Qing Kingdom have no authority to mobilize." Yi Xian asked again, "Then can you help me investigate the ancient gods and the Xingu clan?" Ayu was silent for a moment, then shook his head. "Never." There was silence. It seemed that to know about the ancient gods and the Xingu clan, he could only go to a higher-level Celestial Treasure Pavilion. Thinking of this, Yi Xian looked at Ayu. "Then do you know about other Celestial Treasure Pavilions? Higher level than the universe of gods?" Ayu thought for a moment, then shook his head. "I don't know. The Celestial Treasure Pavilions in each cosmos basically do their own thing. Only the Pavilion Master knows the exact location of all the Celestial Treasure Pavilions. Also, only she can mobilize all the branch presidents. Otherwise, the branches under us will not care about each other." Yi Xian furrowed his brows slightly. "Each of us." Ayu nodded. Yi Xian was silent. If anything happened to this Qing Guan, the Celestial Treasure Pavilion would instantly fall apart. However, with this Qing Guan's terrifying wealth, who would dare to let anything happen to her? It could be said that if the three swords were not used, even if the Yang clan used all their strength, they might not be able to kill Qing Guan. This woman, those terrifying trump cards, he still felt his heart palpitate when he thought about it. Yi Xian collected his thoughts and looked at Ayu. "You can leave." Ayu bowed deeply, then turned and disappeared. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Xiao Fan." Xiao Fan appeared in front of Yi Xian with a scimitar. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Fan. "How long until you reach the see-through realm?" Xiao Fan said in a low voice, "If you have the money, immediately." Yi Xian asked, "How much?" Xiao Fan raised a finger, and Yi Xian immediately bent his finger, and a storage ring floated in front of Xiao Fan. There was exactly 1 million in the storage ring. Xiao Fan hesitated, then said, 5 million. Yi Xian's face instantly darkened. "Sister, 5 million for a finger, is it appropriate?" Xiao Fan hurriedly raised 5 fingers. Yi Xian was speechless. He took out another storage ring and placed it in front of Xiao Fan. There was 4 million in the storage ring. Xiao Fan hesitated, then said, I still need 5 million, I need 6 million. Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He glared at Xiao Fan. "It doesn't matter whether the money is money or not, can you say it all at once? Is this fun?" Xiao Fan lowered her head slightly. "It's too much. I don't dare to take it." Yi Xian stared at Xiao Fan. "Then why do you dare to take it now?" Xiao Fan hesitated, then said, "I didn't know you were so rich." Yi Xian. Chapter 23:15. Yi Xian was completely speechless. He withdrew another spatial ring and passed it to Xiao Fan. "There's no mistake this time, right?" Xiao Fan hurriedly took the spatial ring and said, No. Yi Xian nodded. "Cultivate here. Quiet." Xiao Fan nodded, and then she sat down cross-legged. In the next moment she started to madly absorb the universe veins that Yi Xian gave her. Yi Xian was slightly shocked as he gazed at Xiao Fan, because he noticed that Xiao Fan's aura was rising explosively. It was obvious that the girl in front of him lacked money. If she had money, then she would have attained the Grotto realm a long time ago. If Xiao Fan attained the Grotto realm, then her combat strength would probably far exceed Grotto Profounders of the same realm. After all, Xiao Fan was already able to kill Grotto Profounders before attaining the Grotto realm. So if she attained the Grotto realm, then how terrifying would her combat strength be? The incident between the Xingu clan and the ancient god realm allowed him to understand that he had to foster a group of top-rate experts. Before he possessed absolute strength, it was better to gang up on them. Of course, money was the most important when it came to fostering experts. He noticed that many people possessed great natural talent and strength, but they couldn't improve because they didn't have money. If they had money, then many people would be able to rise to a higher level. Looks like I have to think of a way to get money. Right at this moment, footsteps resounded from the side. Yi Xian turned around and saw that it was Yan Bei. Yan Bei wore a violet dress today, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. Moreover, the veil on her face had vanished a long time ago. She was still so drop-dead gorgeous. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he gazed at Yan Bei. Why do I like beautiful young women? Could it be that I'm really lustful? Meanwhile, Yan Bei glanced at Xiao Fan, who sat cross-legged on the ground, and said, "She wants to attain the Grotto realm?" Yi Xian nodded. Yan Bei gazed at Yi Xian. "I want to charge into the Grotto realm as well." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "You lack money?" Yan Bei nodded. Yi Xian smiled. "How much?" Yan Bei raised a finger. Yi Xian had a slight headache. 5 million? Yan Bei nodded. Yi Xian was a bit speechless. He didn't waste words. He opened his palm and a spatial ring flew in front of Yan Bei. Within the spatial ring were 6 million universe veins. Yan Bei blinked. "Why 1 million more?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "There's no other reason. I'm rich and willful." Yan Bei was slightly stunned. The next moment she covered her mouth and chuckled. "I have to say you're really handsome when you're generous. It's so charming." Yi Xian was speechless. Yan Bei suddenly said seriously, "I will not become a vase by your side." With that she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "I have someone I like." Yan Bei stopped in her tracks and turned around to look at Yi Xian. "Are you rejecting me?" Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, "I mean, can I like 2 people at the same time?" With that he turned and ran. On the spot, Yan Bei stared blankly for a moment before saying, "Tui, how shameless. Oh my god." Because Yi Xian had established a connection with the various major forces in the universe of gods, Guanshan Academy began to recruit students from all over the universe of gods, and the number of people in Guanshan Academy increased. Now there were more than 800 people. And Yi Xian also began to pay attention to Wu Yuan. He was very clear that if Guanshan Academy wanted to grow and establish itself for the universe, it must first have powerful martial strength. Only with powerful martial strength could it deter the small fry. Otherwise, who would give a damn about you? In this universe, strength was still respected. His previous thinking was wrong. Previously, he thought that the academy wouldn't dominate the universe. Now, he felt that if he wanted to change the universe, he had to dominate it first. Only by becoming the boss of this world could he change the rules and the current situation. Of course, he also understood that once Wu Yuan became too strong, the one institution might be weak in the future. It might even be suppressed and there would be internal strife. This problem gave him a headache. There was no good solution because suppressing one party would weaken the other party. It didn't matter whether it was valuing literature over martial strength or valuing martial strength over literature. Fortunately, he was still here, so this problem wouldn't appear for the time being. As for the future, it could only be solved in the future. The most important thing now was to strengthen Guanshan Academy. During this time, Yi Xian was pondering over his sword Dao. The sword Dao of the human world. His sword Dao of the human world only had a foundation of belief and hadn't developed substantially yet. However, he wasn't in a hurry. He had to take it slow. No one's sword Dao could be achieved overnight. Yi Xian didn't choose to meditate and comprehend in the academy. He wanted to cultivate the sword Dao of the human world, so he had to go to the secular world to comprehend it. If he didn't enter the secular world, how could he comprehend it? Somewhere in the city, Yi Xian walked slowly. He didn't know what city this was. He just wandered aimlessly until he reached this place. On the street, Yi Xian looked around calmly. People came and went on the street. But none of them were angry. Everyone was in a hurry as they walked. Moreover, they were wary of their surroundings. The culture of martial arts here was extremely advanced. The people on the street weren't weak. Most of the businesses were selling weapons and secret manuals. There were almost no businesses that sold food. What was missing? Soon, Yi Xian realized that there was something missing in the secular world. As far as the eye could see, all the cultivators were rushing about for their future. Once they embarked on the path of martial arts, there was no turning back. If they wanted to live longer, live better, they could only continue to cultivate and cultivate madly. And cultivation required money. In the face of survival, most of the time, the so-called morality and bottom line were worthless. This world was too impetuous. Yi Xian suddenly stopped and frowned. What right did he have to stand on the high ground and criticize the people on the street who were fighting for their lives? In all fairness, if he didn't have his father and Qing could he have made it to where he was today? Hard work. He admitted that he had worked hard. However, without his father and Qing support, could he have made it to where he was today with his own hard work? That was obviously impossible. Did cultivating the heart in the secular world make him stand on the high ground and criticize the people of the world? Why were the people on the street in a hurry? For the Tao, for longevity, and for survival. What was wrong with these people working hard for survival? The reason why he wasn't like them was because he had a powerful father and a powerful sister. Along the way, had he ever lacked money? No. He never had to worry about money. Did he ever lack cultivation methods and martial arts techniques? No. Along the way, he had never lacked cultivation methods, martial techniques, or divine abilities. Just like his current strongest sword technique, the Void/Sword. He obtained it effortlessly. But what about these people in front of him? They didn't have an invincible father or an invincible Qing. If they didn't work hard, could they change their fate? Yi Xian closed his eyes slowly at the thought. Sword Tao of the human world? He realized that he was wrong from the beginning. He always stood on the high ground and looked down at the mortal world. He thought he was miserable when he came from Qing City, but he didn't know that compared to countless people, he wasn't miserable at all. When you complain that you don't have shoes to wear, you have to remember that there are people in this world who don't have feet. The mortal world wasn't about detachment, it was about blending in and feeling it. If he looked down from above, how could he truly cultivate the heart in the secular world? At this point, Yi Xian suddenly sat on the ground and smiled. Happy. Happy. He was happy that he found his shortcomings and flaws in his state of mind. He was glad that he didn't lose his mind and walk on a crooked path. Boom. All of a sudden, the sword in Yi Xian's hand trembled slightly. Yi Xian picked up the sword and slowly walked to the end of the street. At this moment, he felt like he had returned to the Qing city. The Qing city was a small world, and it was this small world that had the atmosphere of the mortal world. On both sides of the Qing city streets, there were endless shouts. The streets were filled with the atmosphere of a marketplace. Scenes from the past in Qing city flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Tuoba Yen Jiangjiu Jianji, Lian Wanli Mo Yunqi, Tuoba Little Demon. After walking for an unknown period of time, Yi Xian arrived at the never-ending star domain. Here he saw some old acquaintances. Endless Heaven, Master Painter, Buried Sky, Great Wall, and Wuxia. After a long time he arrived at the chaotic universe. Here he saw Shaoqi Shengguan Xian'e. After a long time he arrived at the fifth dimension. Here the corners of his mouth curled up slightly because he saw Sister Nian. Sister Nian who loved eating fish. The smile on Yi Xian's face gradually brightened. After a long time Yi Xian arrived at the spirit realm. Here he saw Guanyin, Ajiu Amu Guanyin Situ. On the street Yi Xian walked slower and slower. After a long time Yi Xian arrived at the sixth dimension. Here he saw the ancient temple's abbot, the demon clan's Xiao Dao, the Yi clan's prophet, Doubting, the white-robed divine general, the Dao ancestor, Rahu, King Aku, King Scarlet Demon, Xiao Dao. When Yi Xian saw this person he stopped. After a long time of silence, he slowly clenched his left hand and continued forward. The ninth dimension. Here he saw the immortal emperor clan's Dongli Jing. More and more people came. Dao Yi, Ah Ming, Disaster, Little Knife, and Lianyun, the ninth floor, Jian Zizai, the second floor, the demon master, the emperor dog, Xiaolinger. As he walked, the smile on Yi Xian's face gradually turned into reluctance. But soon, the reluctance turned into a complicated expression. Along the way, countless people quietly disappeared. At this time Yi Xian had already walked out of the city. At this time it was already late at night. A bright moon hung in the sky. Yi Xian suddenly opened his eyes slowly. His eyes were full of vicissitudes. After a long time Yi Xian said softly, "The bright moon is still there, but I don't see my old friend." As he said this he shook his head and took a step forward. Cherish the moment. Boom. A terrifying sword intent suddenly swept out from Yi Xian's body. In an instant the surrounding space directly twisted. The sword intent became stronger and stronger. In the end, It pierced through the sky and went straight into the depths of the galaxy. Rumble. Suddenly the star field within millions of miles boiled, but it was not destroyed. Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword appeared in his hand. The next moment, a mysterious special power accompanied his sword intent and filled the surroundings. Human World Sword Intent. Human World Force. Human World Sword Principle Elementary. P.S. Reading can't be accomplished in one step, it has to be done slowly. Just like in love, no matter what purpose you have, there has to be a process first. After going through this process there will be feelings, and with feelings, everything will come naturally. It is the same when reading a book. If you read the first chapter, then you want to read the end. What is the point? Only by slowly watching the process would it be meaningful. Readers say that they want to read a few hundred chapters at once, but they don't know that you are killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Killing a chicken can immediately get the egg, but what about in the future? Raising a chicken well and eating its eggs every day, that was the long-term solution. The same goes for reading. 2 chapters a day, no more, no less. Slowly enjoy the process. This process is the Tao. If I understand it, do you understand it? Finally, don't forget to vote. Reading and voting is also one of the Tao. Chapter 23:16. Mortal World Refining Heart. Walking from inside the city to outside the city was only a few miles away, but Yi Xian felt like he had experienced several reincarnations. During this time he saw countless old friends. These old friends evoked countless memories in him. Some were beautiful, some were reluctant, and some were regretful because they had parted before they could properly bid farewell. In a person's life, there were many times when the people around them would disappear. Looking back on the past, he realized that there were many regrets. Many times, parting was unavoidable, but one should at least properly bid farewell. Thinking of this, Yi Xian faintly smiled because it was not too late. Around Yi Xian, the Mortal World Sword Intent and Mortal World Force became stronger and stronger. Mortal World Sword Intent. Mortal World Force. This was a brand new sword Tao that he had created. It was only at the initial stage because he had just comprehended his own mortal world. Along the way he had created his own mortal world. Although it was only at the initial stage, it was still a true sword Tao. Yi Xian opened his palm. The surrounding sword intent slowly returned to his body, and the mortal world force also gradually disappeared. At this time the space-time around Yi Xian suddenly distorted. Yi Xian frowned. Soon the space-time around Yi Xian blurred. In the blink of an eye he appeared in an unknown starry sky. Not far in front of him stood a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man wore a black and red robe, and his body emitted a terrifying evil aura and killing intent. See-through realm. And behind him on both sides there were 6 people. All of them were see-through realm. Yi Xian looked at the middle-aged man. You must be Azura City Lord. The middle-aged man was expressionless. I am. This person was Desolate Cosmos Azura City Lord. Yi Xian smiled. How long have you been planning to kill me? Azura City Lord looked at Yi Xian. I especially hate people like you. You are clearly panicking, but you still pretend to be calm. Although life is like a play, don't you feel tired pretending? Yi Xian frowned. Do you think I'm pretending? Azura City Lord sneered. 7 Grotto Profound Realms, don't tell me you are not afraid. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings and said, to be honest, I really am not afraid. The Azura City Lord sneered. Keep acting. Keep acting. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time Azura City Lord said, youngster, I know your background is not simple. Yi Xian suddenly interrupted Azura City Lord's words. You know, but you still want to target me, right? Azura City Lord looked at Yi Xian. Yes. Yi Xian shook his head. Actually, I'm not a person who likes to talk nonsense, but I want to say a few more words today. I really don't understand. Why are you doing this? Don't I look like an expert? Azura City Lord sized up Yi Xian and mocked. You're just a puny Grotto Profound Realm and you're also considered an expert. Yi Xian thought about it and then turned his head to look at that Grotto Profound Realm powerhouse on the right. That Grotto Profound Realm powerhouse frowned. What are you looking at? Gee. Suddenly, the head of that Grotto Profound Realm powerhouse who spoke flew out. Fresh blood splattered several feet high. Directly erased. Slashing void. In the field, everyone was stunned. The Azura City Lord in the lead looked at Yi Xian with a face full of terror. How can you? Just a look. Impossible? Yi Xian smiled faintly. Do I look like an expert now? Azura City Lord's eyes flashed with a hint of malevolence. Absolutely impossible. Everyone attacked together. You will definitely. However, before he finished speaking, those 5 grotto profound realm powerhouses around Yixin suddenly turned around and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Escape. Yixin and Azura City Lord were both stunned. Escape? Azura City Lord was somewhat dumbfounded. In the depths of the starry sky, those few grotto profound realm powerhouses broke out in cold sweat. One look instantly killed a grotto profound realm. What kind of horrifying strength did this require? Still fight? What was the City Lord thinking? Yixin looked at Azura City Lord and said with a smile, "It's just us left." Azura City Lord looked at Yixin, his eyes full of dread. "Who the hell are you?" Yixin thought about it and then said, "Don't talk nonsense. Next I'm going to attack you. This sword of mine is soundless and extremely strange. You have to be on guard with all your might, understand?" The reason why he was able to kill that grotto profound realm just now was because of a sneak attack, catching the other party off guard. And now he wanted to give it a shot, whether or not an honorable sword could kill a grotto profound realm. One had to know sneak attack, this sort of thing could only happen once. The second time the other party would definitely be on guard. Azura City Lord hesitated for a moment and then said, "Can I refuse?" Yixin was just about to speak when Azura City Lord suddenly appeared in front of Yixin. In the next moment, a terrifying killing intent and viciousness suddenly surged out from his body, and then he punched at Yixin. This punch was simply monstrous viciousness. Under normal circumstances, an ordinary powerhouse's mind would be affected by this viciousness. However, Yixin seemed to be completely fine. Seeing Yixin's gaze was calm and not affected in the slightest, Azura City Lord's pupils suddenly constricted. At this moment he panicked in his heart. Bang! An expanse of sword light suddenly erupted in front of Yixin. In the next moment, Azura City Lord was directly sent flying. This time he flew for several tens of thousands of meters, and he had just stopped when his body completely shattered and his soul vanished. Killed. Azura City Lord looked at Yixin with a slightly dazed expression. Yixin opened his palm, and a medicinal pill slowly floated over to Azura City Lord. "This is a soul-nurturing pill. Quickly consume it or you'll be gone." When he sensed his soul vanishing swiftly, Azura City Lord hurriedly consumed the soul-nurturing pill. As soon as he consumed it, a mysterious force instantly protected his soul. Azura City Lord instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then he looked at Yixin and said with a trembling voice, "Thank you." Yixin grinned. "You're welcome." As he spoke, he pointed forward, and a strand of sword light directly locked onto Azura City Lord's soul. In the next moment, Qin Shi and Azura City Lord vanished on the spot. It wasn't long before Yixin arrived at Azura City with Azura City Lord. Yixin frowned slightly when he arrived at Azura City. Azura City was filled with endless viciousness and killing intent. The density of the killing intent and viciousness shocked him. At that moment, Azura City Lord suddenly asked in a trembling voice, "Why did you bring me here?" Yixin earnestly said, "Azura City Lord, I won't hide it from you. I've recently opened an academy to nurture experts, so I'm short on money. Your Azura City has been passed down for so many years, so you must have many time veins, right?" Azura City Lord's expression stiffened. He now knew why the man in front of him hadn't killed him. It was because he wanted money. Azura City Lord hastily asked, "How much does young Master Yi want?" Yixin raised a finger. The Azura City Lord relaxed. 10 million? Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. I'll immediately have someone send it over. Yixin suddenly earnestly said, "Azura City Lord, it's not 10 million, it's 100 million. Azura City Lord's face was filled with disbelief. 100 million? Yixin nodded. Azura City Lord immediately shook his head. "Young Master Yi, that's too much. Even if I sell Azura City, it won't be that much." Gee. A sword suddenly pierced through Azura City Lord's forehead. Boom. Azura City Lord's soul started disappearing bit by bit. Azura City Lord's expression changed. He looked at Yixin and said in shock, "Young Master Yi." Yixin smiled. 100 million, your life and the lives of Azura City. Which do you choose? Azura City Lord said in a trembling voice, "Young Master Yi, you can't do this. You are a scholar. How can a scholar do this kind of thing?" Yixin's expression was calm. "Do you know what they called me before I was a scholar?" Azura City Lord said in a trembling voice, "What did they call you?" Yixin smiled. "I won't tell you." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly flicked his sleeve, and a sword suddenly appeared in the sky above Azura City. After that, a terrifying strand of sword intent enveloped the entire Azura city. At that moment, countless experts in Azura city raised their heads. When they saw the city lord of Azura city in the sky, all the experts of Azura city were stunned. Yi Xian looked at Azura city lord and said, 100 million, is there a problem? Azura city lord quickly said, No, I'll raise it immediately. But, after I raise 100 million, can you let me go? Yi Xian nodded. Sure. Azura city lord was somewhat doubtful. Yi Xian said seriously, I swear on my father that if you raise 100 million, I won't kill you. Azura city lord nodded. Good. I believe in young Master Ye's character. After saying that, he turned to Azura city and roared, Sell everything that can be sold. Pack them up for Celestial Treasure Pavilion at a low price. Hurry. Below, Azura city's experts didn't dare to hesitate. They brought divine items and cultivation methods to Celestial Treasure Pavilion. In the sky, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. About an hour later, an old man arrived in front of Yi Xian and Azura city lord. The old man said with a trembling voice, Young Master Yi, there are 60 million time veins here. We are still lacking 40 million. Yi Xian frowned. Seeing this, Azura city lord quickly said, Young Master Yi, don't be anxious. I still have more. Young Master Yi, please wait a moment. After saying that, he turned and disappeared. Yi Xian wasn't afraid of him escaping. His sword was still locked onto his soul. Soon, Azura city lord arrived in front of Yi Xian and handed a spatial ring to Yi Xian. Young Master Yi, Yi Xian looked at Azura city lord and said with a smile, You are really interesting. You didn't bring so many time veins with you. The reason he hadn't killed Azura city lord was because he noticed that Azura city lord didn't have a spatial ring. Azura city lord smiled embarrassedly, They are the family's wealth. If something unexpected happens, Yi Xian grinned, You've thought it through. As he spoke, he put the spatial ring away. Azura city lord's heart was bleeding when he saw Yi Xian put the spatial ring away. He had saved this for over 10,000 years. Now it was all gone. Of course his life was more important. Azura city lord hesitated for a moment and said, Young Master Yi, you will keep your word, right? Yi Xian nodded, Of course. After saying that, he took Azura city lord and vanished on the spot. Before long they appeared in Guanshan Academy. Azura city lord looked at Yi Xian and was slightly puzzled. Young Master Yi, why did you bring me here? Yi Xian grinned, To see an old friend. Azura city lord was about to speak when he suddenly turned his head. A woman was staring at him from not far away. This woman was Xiao Fan. Seeing Xiao Fan, Azura city lord's expression changed drastically. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Fan, I'll leave him to you. Do as you please. After saying that, he turned and left. Azura city lord suddenly roared, Yi Xian, you promised me that you wouldn't kill me. Yi Xian stopped, I didn't want to kill you. Azura city lord looked at Yi Xian with hatred, You are playing with words. You swore on your father's name. Aren't you afraid that your father will die a horrible death? Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, I'm not afraid. The green-clothed man. Chapter 23:17. Hearing Yi Xian's words, the Azura city lord was dumbfounded. Yi Xian didn't waste any more words and disappeared into the distance. The Azura city lord suddenly felt a chill on his back. He turned around. Yi Xian returned to the bamboo forest where he cultivated. He sat down cross-legged and slowly closed his eyes. 100 million. Now he had 100 million universe veins. Adding the remaining universe veins, he had close to 120 million universe veins. The problem of money was temporarily solved. Next, he had to nurture more see-through realm experts. Nurturing them wasn't enough. He had to recruit some top experts. Nurturing from zero to see-through realm was too difficult. After all, not everyone was a Qingqiu. Yi Xian collected his thoughts. He opened his palm, and the sword his father had gifted him appeared in his hand. Just now, when he fought with the Azura city lord, he discovered that he now had the strength to instantly kill a see-through realm expert. And he hadn't used his full strength in that sword strike. Because he hadn't used his bloodline power, mortal sword intent, and mortal power. If he used his full strength, Yi Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. He couldn't estimate it because he had only seen two experts above see-through realm. One was the ancient god, and the other was the Xingu clan's phantom. That phantom had been killed by Dedeabi, so he didn't know how strong the other was. At this time, Xiao Fan walked in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Fan. It's settled? Xiao Fan nodded. Yi Xian nodded slightly. That's good. Xiao Fan looked at Yi Xian. From today onwards, my life is yours. Yi Xian thought for a moment and then he said, go back and take over Azura City, and then recruit extremely talented students there. Saying that, he opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated in front of Xiao Fan. Inside the spatial ring there were 10 million universe veins. Xiao Fan nodded. Okay. Saying that, she put away the spatial ring. Yi Xian said, when it's time to fight I'll call you back. Remember, study the divine path code well. Xiao Fan nodded. All right. With that she turned around and left. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand, a little worried. Right now he wanted to fight to his heart's content. However, ordinary see-through realm was not his opponent. Powerhouses above see-through realm were also not his opponent. The Xingu clan. Yi Xian furrowed his brows. Why hadn't the Xingu clan come looking for trouble with him yet? And that ancient god? Was he joking when he said those harsh words? Yi Xian naturally wouldn't take the initiative to look for them. Although he was confident now, he wasn't so confident that he thought he was invincible. If the other party came later, he would have more time to develop. That was good. However, he really wanted to fight now. Now he felt a little like big brother Xiaoyao Zi Qing'er and his father. He was invincible in the god's world. This feeling of being invincible really made one feel lonely. The loneliness of being invincible. Thinking of this, Yi Xian was shocked. In the past, whenever he had this kind of thought, he would immediately be beaten up. That was to say, he wouldn't be handsome for more than 3 days. Damn it, am I going to be arranged? Right at this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The old man bowed deeply. Young Master Yi, please help me. This person was the old man who followed Shenlong previously. Yi Xian frowned slightly. What's the matter? The old man said solemnly. The Xingu clan is here. Xingu clan. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The old man bowed again. Please come with me to Yunjia, young Master Yi. Yi Xian nodded. He got up and disappeared from the spot with the old man. Yunjia. At the peak of Cloudy Mountain, Shenlong looked at a woman sitting not far away. The woman was dressed in a loose white robe. The robe was spotless, and there was a drop of strange vermilion between her eyebrows. Shenlong looked at the woman in front of him with an extremely solemn expression. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, come with me to the clan tomorrow. There was no room for doubt. Shenlong said solemnly, who are you? The woman glanced at Shenlong. Just as she was about to speak, a man suddenly appeared in front of her. The person who came was Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Profound awareness realm. As she spoke, her gaze fell on the brush at Yi Xian's waist. Her expression was calm. You used this brush to kill Gu Qian that day. Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The woman picked up the teacup on the stone table and took a sip. Then she said, Dedeabi, but this is not the real body. Hearing this, Yi Xian's pupils suddenly shrank. He was shocked. Who was this woman? She actually recognized Dedeabi and knew that this was not Dedeabi. Yi Xian suddenly asked in his heart, Brother Brush, you don't seem to be that cool. Dedeabi was speechless. Yi Xian was silent. He was a little wary. It was obvious that he had been living too comfortably recently. Therefore he was being arranged again. Could it be Dedeabi's arrangement? Thinking of this, Yi Xian frowned. At this moment, Dedeabi suddenly said, Young Master Yi, don't blame me for not being able to control your fate. If I was that capable, I wouldn't be threatened by your sister every day. Also, this woman is still like an aunt to me. But the current you can't unleash the full power of my clone. What I mean is, you should find the reason from yourself. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman looked at Yi Xian. Special bloodline and Dedeabi. Even I am a little curious about your identity. Yi Xian said in a low voice, You're from the Xingu clan? The woman nodded. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Do you want a civil one or a martial one? The woman looked calm. I don't care. You choose. Yi Xian thought for a while. Then he said, Let's get a literary one then. The woman nodded. Sure. Yi Xian smiled. How should I address you, miss? The woman looked at Yi Xian. You don't mind if I speak the truth, right? Yi Xian nodded. Of course. The woman's expression was calm. You don't deserve to know my name. Yi Xian's expression froze. The woman continued. I don't mean to offend you. But the current you really don't have the right to know my name. If you think I've offended you, you can use force. As she said that, she pointed at the Dedeabi on Yi Xian's waist. You can hit me with that. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, you're so arrogant. The woman shook her head. It's not that I'm arrogant. It's just that you don't have enough power. That's why you think I'm arrogant. I know that you can't unleash the full power of this weapon at your current level. To be honest, I really suggest that you use force first. Otherwise, you'll have the illusion that you can talk to me on equal terms. Yi Xian nodded. Shall we go somewhere else? The woman shook her head. No need. Just attack. I guarantee that not a single blade of grass or tree will be damaged. Yi Xian was silent. Oh no. I've met a tough opponent. I can't pretend anymore. The woman suddenly stood up. She leaned forward and looked down at Yi Xian. Do you want to fight? Yi Xian smiled. Yes. As he said that, he opened his palm. The Daebi appeared in his hand. The next moment, the Daebi slowly flew to the side. The woman looked at Yi Xian. You don't need the Daebi? Yi Xian nodded. No need. The woman looked straight at Yi Xian. Then you have no chance of winning. Yi Xian asked. What if I used the Daebi? The woman said, 30% chance of winning. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, please enlighten me. As he said that, a sword pierced towards the woman's temple like a ghost. Void slashing. When the sword was half an inch away from the woman's temple, it suddenly stopped. 2 fingers had clamped down on the tip of the sword. The woman's pure white fingers had clamped down on Yi Xian's sword just like that. Moreover, all the energy within the sword had actually been suppressed to the point it couldn't leak out at all. Yi Xian's expression turned solemn when he witnessed this scene. My sword strike, void slashing, was actually resisted just like that? That wasn't the most terrifying thing. The most terrifying thing was that she'd actually suppressed all the energy within the sword strike. How terrifying must one's strength be in order to accomplish that? Right at this moment, the woman suddenly grabbed the sword in a reverse grip and pressed it against Yi Xian's neck. It's a good sword, and the sword technique is a good technique as well. Unfortunately, you're too weak. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly passed the sword over to Yi Xian. Do it again. Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, There's probably a gap between us. The woman's expression remained calm. Are we not going to continue? Yi Xian said, One more time. As soon as he finished speaking, he took the sword that the woman passed to him. In the next moment, the sword vanished. It was still void slashing. But this time, it was imbued with the sword intent and energy of the world. However, the sword was still clamped down by the woman's fingers. However, a strand of blood slowly seeped out from between her fingers. Her fingers had been pierced. The woman's beautiful brows knit together slightly while a wisp of surprise flashed through her eyes. Your sword Dao has some skill. However, Yi Xian's expression dimmed down. Damn it. I can't stay cool for more than 3 days. Even with the Daebi's blessing, it still wouldn't be enough. He'd intended to show off in the universe of gods for a while longer, but he hadn't expected that the slap would come so soon. Wife, what a sin. The woman suddenly said, What's the name of your sword Dao? Yi Xian replied, The sword Dao of the world. The woman spoke in a light voice. The sword Dao of the world isn't bad. You use the matters of the world as your sword. Unfortunately, you're too inexperienced and you've only attained initial success in your sword Dao. However, this sword Dao has boundless potential. Yi Xian's expression was calm. Are you going to beat me to death? The woman looked at Yi Xian. Are you going to use the people behind you to threaten me? Yi Xian shook his head. My skills aren't as good as yours. I admit defeat. The woman nodded slightly in admiration. You're indeed not bad. You admit defeat so calmly. You're not like other youngsters who, once they lose, would either be stubborn or use their supporters. Yi Xian was speechless. The woman returned the sword to Yi Xian. I won't kill you. However, you have to come with me. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Where to? The woman replied, The Xingu clan. As soon as she finished speaking, she flicked her right sleeve. Boom. The distant horizon directly exploded, and a huge vortex appeared. Yi Xian hesitated for a while before saying, All right. The woman glanced at Yi Xian. I thought you would refuse. Yi Xian said, If you lose, you should act like you've lost. The woman sized up Yi Xian. No one in the younger generation of the Xingu clan can compare to you. I'll tell you the truth. I want you to go to the Xingu clan because I want you to represent the Xingu clan in the tournament. If you win, the grudge between you and the Xingu clan will be written off. Yi Xian asked, What if I lose? The woman was expressionless. You'll be beaten to death by others. As she spoke, she leaned over to look at Yi Xian. Don't worry. If you're beaten to death, I'll avenge you with the people behind you. Yi Xian shook his head. That won't be necessary. The woman looked at Yi Xian. What? Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. If I'm beaten to death, this endless universe will be buried with me. As he spoke, he looked around and said softly, let me say something that might be a little pretentious. The endless universe still exists because I, Yi Xian, am still alive. The woman looked at Yi Xian. After a while, she shook her head. You're delusional. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. A lot of people have asked me when I'll broadcast. I'll say that I'll broadcast when I explode. I feel that if I do that, you guys will be friendlier to me. Chapter 23:18. Qing. At this moment Yi Xian thought of Qing again. He could feel that Qing was lonely. She might be even more lonely than his elder brother and the unfettered one. Moreover, Qing's temper was even more irascible than his father and the unfettered one. If there was no one in this world that she loved, she might really destroy the entire universe. If she were to act recklessly, even his father and elder brother would not be able to stop her. No one could stop her from acting recklessly. So, Yi Xian suddenly wanted to meet Qing. The woman in front of Yi Xian was looking at him. When she heard Yi Xian's words, her expression remained calm because she did not think much of it. The woman suddenly said, let's go. Then she turned to look at Shenlan. Shall we return to the clan? Shenlan glanced at Yi Xian and nodded. All right. The woman was about to lead Yi Xian and Shenlan away when a woman suddenly appeared in front of them. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the woman. The person that arrived was actually Qing Qiu. Yi Xian frowned. Qing Qiu, why are you here? Qing Qiu said in a low voice, I'm worried about you, brother young lord. Yi Xian shook his head. I'm fine. You can go back. Qing Qiu looked at the woman. Brother young lord, does she want to take you away? Yi Xian nodded. I'm ashamed. I can't beat her. Qing Qiu looked at the woman. Let's fight. Yi Xian was stunned. The woman sized up Qing Qiu with interest and then she said, all right. Qing Qiu suddenly punched. Her punch was filled with righteousness. The woman in the distance narrowed her eyes and punched. Rumble. Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted in front of the two women. In the next moment, Qing Qiu was pushed back 30 kilometers, but the woman was pushed back over 10 kilometers as well. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was dumbfounded. What the hell? Am I really trash? In the distance, Qing Qiu slowly clenched her right hand behind her. She stood straight and looked at the woman in the distance, her eyes as calm as water. On the other side, the woman glanced at her cracked hand and then looked at Qing Qiu. Apart from shock, there was also a hint of excitement in her eyes. What a terrifying punch. Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master? Yi Xian was speechless. Qing Qiu glanced at the woman and said, I only have young master in my heart. The woman glanced at Yi Xian, then shook her head. He is also not bad, but he is not as outstanding as you. Yi Xian's face darkened. Qing Qiu chuckled. Young master's aspiration is not something you can understand. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian. Young master, you can rest assured. The academy has me, so nothing will go wrong. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he opened his palm, and a spatial ring floated over to Qing Qiu. There are 60 million universe veins in this spatial ring. You can make use of them yourself. Qing Qiu remained silent for a moment, and then she nodded slightly. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she put the spatial ring away. Yi Xian looked at the woman. Let's go. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly said, Little girl, do you know what it means if you're willing to take me as your master? Qing Qiu glanced at the woman. I'll be invincible in the universe if I follow you. I'll be invincible if I follow young master. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. The woman frowned slightly. Yi Xian felt slightly embarrassed. This little girl, Qing Qiu, is simply blindly confident in me. Looks like I have to work harder. Only then can I be worthy of her trust. At this moment, the woman turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you know how outstanding she is? Yi Xian said seriously, she's about the same as me. The woman was slightly taken aback and then she said, your skin is so thick that I'm shocked. Yi Xian. At this moment, Shenlan suddenly said, he's outstanding to begin with. The woman glanced at Shenlan, and then looked at Yi Xian. I didn't say that you're not outstanding, but that little girl is even more outstanding. Yi Xian smiled. Miss, it doesn't seem meaningful for us to discuss this here. Let's go to the Xingu clan. The woman nodded. All right. As soon as she finished speaking, she led Yi Xian and Shenlan into the teleportation whirlpool. In the next moment the three of them started to teleport. The woman clasped her hands behind her back, and her back was facing Yi Xian and Xinlan. Yi Xian turned to look at Xinlan. Why did you come? Xinlan's face was expressionless. Why do you ask? Just as Yi Xian was about to speak, the woman suddenly said, I have to say, I'm really curious that you're able to make Dedeabi follow you. As she spoke, she turned to look at Yi Xian. How did you do it? Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, personal charm. Dedeabi, the woman frowned. I have to admit that you're indeed outstanding, but I don't think you're outstanding enough to make Dedeabi follow you. Yi Xian's expression was calm and he did not speak. The woman said again, no matter what, you're indeed very mysterious. If you can win this competition for my Xingu clan, the grudge between you and my Xingu clan will be written off. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and did not speak again. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes and said in his heart, Brother Bai, who is the reincarnation of Qing Qiu? Dedeabi did not respond. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Do you not want to say it or do you not dare to say it? Dedeabi still did not respond. Yi Xian was speechless. He had to say that he was even more curious about Qing Qiu. This last was not simple at all. In front of her, all the geniuses and monsters he had seen were trash, including himself. At this moment, the woman suddenly said, We're here. As soon as she said that, a white light suddenly appeared in front of the three of them, and the next moment, the three of them directly disappeared into the white light. After an unknown period of time, Yi Xian slowly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a floating city. These cities were incomparably huge, like giant beasts standing in the clouds. At a glance, there were at least a few hundred of them. In addition to that, not far in front of the three of them, there was a huge statue of a man. This man's statue was nearly 1,000 feet tall, standing between heaven and earth. He looked forward, and his eyes exuded an invisible aura that made people feel intimidated. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Xingu clan? The woman in the lead nodded. Yes. Suddenly Xinlan said softly, there are many familiar auras. The woman turned to look at Xinlan. That's the aura of the bloodline. You have the God King's bloodline of the Xingu clan, but it's a pity that you've only awakened 60% of it. 70% is a threshold, and if you can awaken 70% of it, your strength will have a qualitative leap. Xinlan said in a deep voice, was my father killed by you? The woman said, he should have been killed by Gu Qian. Xinlan's face darkened. The woman glanced at Xinlan. Your ancestors' bloodline committed a grave mistake and should have been annihilated, but back then the clan leader was merciful and let him off. As she said that, she shook her head slightly. There's no meaning in saying all this now. Xinlan wanted to say something but Yi Xian stopped him. Xinlan looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian smiled slightly. When you're powerless, don't argue with them. There's no meaning in arguing with them. After a moment of silence, Xinlan nodded. The woman turned to look at Yi Xian. Your heart is as clear as a mirror. Yi Xian smiled slightly. I'm curious about something. Are there many experts at your level? The woman shook her head. There are only a few in this universe. Yi Xian asked again, what universe is this? The woman glanced at Yi Xian. The God universe. In this universe there were 6 ancient gods and 2 of them were primeval gods. As she said that, she suddenly stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Do you think that these so-called gods are stronger people? Yi Xian nodded. The woman shook her head. You're wrong. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The woman said again, to some people they are gods. What I said just now, only those who are stronger than these gods are qualified to say it. Yi Xian was silent. Indeed. Based on the current situation, his strength should be no match for these so-called gods. Qing'er was qualified to say that, but it did not mean that he was. But there was no other way. After following Qing'er for a while, he realized that everyone was like an ant to him. Thinking of this, he thought of Xiao Ta. This Xiao Ta had been by Qing'er's side for so long that he probably did not care about anyone anymore. At this moment, an old man suddenly appeared in front of the woman. The old man bowed deeply to the woman. Clan leader. Clan leader. Hearing the old man's words, Yi Xian was stunned. This woman is the Xingu clan leader? The woman glanced at Yi Xian and said, he is representing the Xingu clan to fight the Imperial Wilderness Celestial clan. Hearing this, the old man was stunned. The next moment he hurriedly said, clan leader that Gu Xen, The woman frowned slightly. Seeing this, the old man was shocked. He hurriedly bowed deeply and did not dare to speak again. The woman did not speak again and was about to leave. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, "The Imperial Wilderness Celestial Clan is very strong, right?" The woman stopped and nodded. Yi Xian said seriously, "This martial arts competition is very important to the Xingu clan, right?" The woman turned to look at Yi Xian. "What are you trying to say?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "The opponent is very strong, and this martial arts competition is very important to you. Shouldn't you improve my strength?" Shenlan. After a moment of silence, the woman said, "If you use the Daebi, you are almost invincible below demigods. You can even fight ordinary demigods." Yi Xian shook his head. "This Daebi can only be used twice a year, and this year I have already used it twice." The woman frowned slightly. "Twice?" Yi Xian nodded slightly. "That's right. This Daebi is not ordinary and my strength is weak, so I can only use it twice a year." Saying that, he smiled and took out an ancient book. "I have been studying the books of sages since I was young, and I have never lied." The woman glanced at Yi Xian. "I believe you." Yi Xian nodded with a calm expression. But in his heart he felt a little emotional. Damn it. He was not suitable to walk the path of sincerity and truth. During this period of time, no one believed him when he spoke the truth. And when he lied, others actually believed him. *CK. What kind of world was this? Yi Xian sighed in his heart. Since ancient times no one believed in true love, only tricks could win people's hearts. Chapter 23:19. Xingu Clan. The woman brought Yi Xian to a martial arts practice field. This practice field was nearly 10,000 feet long and wide, and there was no one around. The woman turned to look at Yi Xian. "You are now in the divine profound realm, right?" Yi Xian nodded. The woman nodded slightly. "You need to reach the profound opening realm." Saying that, she looked at Yi Xian. "Do you know the mystery of the profound opening realm?" Yi Xian shook his head. Actually, he knew that with the Daebi he could reach any realm, and naturally he could reach the profound opening realm. However, he still wanted this woman to explain in detail. Maybe there would be a different harvest. Previously, the reason why he did not use the Daebi to directly reach the profound opening realm was because his intuition told him that even if he used the Daebi to reach the profound opening realm, he would not be able to do anything to this woman. Moreover, once he used the Daebi to increase his realm, the consumption was too terrifying. It could be said that when he used the Daebi to increase his realm, it was the time to play with his life. But now it was not the time to play with his life yet. He could wait and see for now. The woman said, "Sit." Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground. The woman also sat down and then said, "Profound opening is the Tao of seeing through fate." As her voice fell, she gently waved her right hand, and suddenly strange red lines appeared all around. The woman looked at Yi Xian. "Fate lines." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Fate lines." The woman nodded. "These are the fate lines of all living beings." Yi Xian asked, "Can it be changed?" The woman nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Yes?" The woman nodded slightly. "However, it can only change life and death." As she said that, she opened her palm and a flower appeared in her hand. She looked at Yi Xian. "This flower, if no one interferes, it will continue to grow, but if I make a move, it will wither and disappear now." After a moment of silence, Yi Xian said, "Then how do you know that when you kill it, that's the fate it deserves?" A hint of admiration flashed in the woman's eyes. "You are indeed very outstanding. You are right. Perhaps the fate that I changed its fate is the fate that it originally should have. And this involves another level. In other words, demigod realm." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Above profound insight is demigod, and above demigod is ancient god?" The woman nodded. Yi Xian was a little curious. "What realm are you in now?" The woman said, "Demigod." "Demigod." Yi Xian was silent. Was he a little too arrogant when he was facing the statue of the ancient god? Meanwhile, the woman continued, "As the name implies, the grotto profundity allows the tracks of destiny to become material. Most importantly, you can cultivate your own energy of destiny." As she spoke, she opened her palm and a surge of power suddenly appeared in her hand. "This is the power of destiny." Yi Xian spoke in a low voice. "Does controlling my own energy of destiny mean that I can control my own destiny?" The woman shook her head. "No." Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. "Why?" The woman glanced at Yi Xian. "Because someone is stronger than you. The strong can decide the fate of the weak. Understand?" Yi Xian came to a complete understanding when he heard this. Destiny. It was none other than the strong who were respected. The strong could decide the fate of others. Just like Qing, with a single thought, she could decide the fate of all the living beings in the universe. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly stood up and said, "Contact me if you need anything. The competition is in a month from now. So you only have a month." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Yi Xian suddenly said, "It won't take that long." The woman turned around to look at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's aura suddenly rose explosively, and he instantly rose from the profound insight realm to the grotto profundity realm. The woman was slightly taken aback when she saw this. She took a deep look. She took a deep look at Yi Xian before turning around and leaving. Yi Xian glanced at the woman in the distance and frowned slightly. Isn't this woman shocked? I can't even act cool now. He withdrew his thoughts and started to seriously sense the grotto profundity realm. On the other side, the woman was looking down at Yi Xian from a tower. At this moment, an old man walked slowly behind the woman. The old man bowed slightly, and then he looked down at Yi Xian and said in a low voice, "Patriarch, why didn't you kill him?" The woman shook her head slightly. "Killing him would bring disaster to our clan." The old man's pupils constricted when he heard this. How could that be possible? The woman looked down at Yi Xian, and a trace of complicated emotions flashed through her eyes. How could an ordinary person get Dedeabi to follow him? The old man said in a low voice, "I have mobilized all the intelligence to investigate this person, and I have obtained two useful pieces of information. First, this person is the young master of the Yang clan. Second, this person is a super VIP of the Celestial Treasure Pavilion, and he is the only super VIP. According to our investigation, this person knows Pavilion Master Qing Guan. As for how they met, we don't know. As for the Yang clan." Speaking of this, he shook his head slightly. "There is no news at all." The woman looked down at Yi Xian, and her expression was calm. "There is no news at all, so there are two possibilities. First, this Yang clan doesn't exist at all. Second, this Yang clan is in an unknown universe, and their martial arts civilization far surpasses ours." Saying this, she slowly closed her eyes. The second possibility. Hearing this, the old man's expression was extremely solemn. How is this possible? Patriarch, the universe we are in now is almost certain to be the universe with the highest civilization in the known universe. How could there be a universe with a higher civilization? The woman glanced at the old man. "You are too narrow-minded." The old man was speechless. The woman looked down at Yi Xian, and her expression was complicated. Because she had gone out and seen the vastness of the outside world, she had never thought that the Xingu clan was very powerful. The old man hesitated for a moment and then he said, "Patriarch, if he really is from a universe with a higher civilization, then why did you bring him back?" The woman's expression was calm. "Let him compete with that person from the Imperial Wilderness Divine Clan. If he wins, it would naturally be great, but if he loses, he will die at the hands of the Imperial Wilderness Divine Clan. At that time, the forces behind him will definitely come into conflict with the Imperial Wilderness Divine Clan. At that time, my Xingu clan will be able to reap the benefits." The old man bowed slightly and said in admiration, "This plan is brilliant." The woman said, "During this month, whatever he needs, we can satisfy him." Saying this, she turned around and left. The old man glanced down at Yi Xian and he fell silent. On the square, Yi Xian had already recovered from the see-through realm to the profound understanding realm. Yi Xian couldn't help but sigh. This Dedeabi was really a bit of a cheat. After he used Dedeabi's great Tao to reach the see-through realm, he first familiarized himself with the see-through realm, and then he controlled his own power of destiny. When he recovered to the profound understanding realm, he could easily reach the see-through realm without relying on Dedeabi. However, the demand on the universe veins was too great. From the profound understanding realm to the see-through realm, he spent a total of 30 million universe veins. 30 million. Even he felt his heart ache. And he was also a bit on the verge of collapse. Why did it take him so much to go from the profound understanding realm to the see-through realm? And Xiao Fan and the others only needed 5 or 6 million universe veins. Could it be because he was too fast? One had to know that Xiao Fan and the others had been at the divine perception realm for a long time, and he had just reached the divine perception realm not long ago. No matter what, he had to think of a way to get money now. Moreover, after reaching the see-through realm, it didn't mean that he was really at the see-through realm. After all, he relied on Dedeabi to advance, so he needed to settle down and consolidate his realm. And now Yi Xian was consolidating his realm. And consolidating his realm also required the consumption of universe veins. Seeing that the universe veins in his storage ring were decreasing, he began to worry. He had to think of a way to earn more universe veins. Besides consolidating his realm, he was also constantly cultivating his sword Dao. And the cultivation of the sword Dao was not as easy as cultivating his realm. The cultivation of the sword Dao was the cultivation of the heart, the settlement of the heart, the breakthrough of the heart, and this was definitely not something that could be achieved by meditating and comprehending. It couldn't be rushed. Yi Xian was also trying hard to slow down and not be impatient. Cultivation knew no time, and day after day passed. On this day, Yi Xian, who was cultivating, suddenly opened his eyes. Not far in front of him stood a young man. The young man was wearing a tight black robe, and he had an imposing appearance. There was a sense of majesty between his brows. Yi Xian asked, "What's the matter?" The young man's expression was calm. "Let's spar." Yi Xian shook his head. The young man frowned slightly. "So cowardly?" Hearing this, Yi Xian also frowned. "You really want to fight?" The young man was expressionless. "How can it be fake?" Yi Xian nodded. "Let's make a bet, it'll be more interesting. What do you think?" The young man looked at Yi Xian. "Okay. Tell me, how do you want to bet?" Yi Xian opened his palm and a storage ring appeared in his hand. "I have all my universe veins and I still have 30 million. I'll bet 30 million universe veins." Hearing this, the young man was stunned. 30 million universe veins? The young man's expression suddenly became somewhat ugly. How could he take out 30 million universe veins? In the entire Xingu clan, probably only the clan leader could take out 30 million universe veins. Damn. Is this guy so generous? Yi Xian suddenly said, "Can't afford to play?" The young man glanced at Yi Xian and didn't speak. Yi Xian spoke indifferently, "If you're poor, then don't come out and fight." As soon as he finished speaking, he slowly closed his eyes and continued to cultivate. The young man fell silent for a moment before he said, "I don't have that many universe veins. Let's play smaller?" Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked at the young man. "How many do you have?" The young man hesitated for a moment and said, 3 million. Yi Xian was furious. "You only have 3 million, yet you dare to challenge me? Are you trying to insult me?" The young man was speechless. Yi Xian said, "That's too little. I won't fight." The young man said angrily, "It's just a spar. Is there a need for you to do this?" Yi Xian's expression was calm. "Isn't sparring a waste of time? Perhaps time is nothing to you, but it's extremely precious to me." The young man was about to speak when Yi Xian suddenly said, "How about this? You go and gather 10 million universe veins." The young man gazed at Yi Xian. "Are you that confident?" Yi Xian replied with a question. "Are you that lacking in confidence?" The young man gazed at Yi Xian for a short while before he said, "Just you wait." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. It didn't take long for the young man to return. He opened his palm and a spatial ring appeared in his hand. There were exactly 10 million universe veins within the spatial ring. At this moment, there were many Xingu clan experts in the surroundings. Some were from the older generation and some were from the younger generation. There were a few hundred of them. The young man gazed at Yi Xian. "Can we fight now?" Yi Xian shook his head. The young man frowned slightly. "What do you want to do now?" Yi Xian smiled. "Wait." As he spoke, he suddenly took out a table and said, "Everyone, I'm going to fight your Xingu clan geniuses. Are you interested in making a bet? If you bet that I'll win, the odds will be 1-2. If you bet that your Xingu clan geniuses will win, the odds will be 1-10. As he spoke, he said seriously, "This is a good opportunity to get rich. All of you must seize this opportunity. Everyone." Chapter 23:20. When they heard Yi Xian, the expressions of all the experts of the Xingu clan became unsightly. Of course, most of them were furious. If Yi Xian won, the odds would be 1-2. If the young man won, the odds would be 1-10. He was looking down on the Xingu clan. The young man who stood before Yi Xian spoke indifferently. "Is there anyone who wants to play? If you want, you can play. This person before us is extremely generous." The experts of the Xingu clan started to place their bets when they heard him. All of them were betting on the young man. It wasn't long before the bets had reached 10 million universe veins. All of them were betting on the young man. He was the most monstrous genius of the Xingu clan, so they naturally had to give him face. Moreover, they didn't like Yi Xian. What right did an outsider have to show off in the Xingu clan? Yi Xian was speechless when he saw this. Is this a large clan? These young men and old fellows only managed to gather 10 million universe veins. Aren't they too poor? Qin Guan's rich woman is better. She's beautiful and has a lot of money. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and turned to look at the young man. Can we begin? The young man nodded, yes. As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xian and chuckled, are you really that confident? So, as he spoke, a strand of sword light suddenly appeared before his forehead. // The young man's pupils constricted. This was truly too unexpected. He practically instinctively raised his arms to block. Bang! The young man was pushed 300 m back, and his body instantly shattered as soon as he stopped moving. Then, a sword was suddenly pressed against the center of his forehead. The surroundings suddenly became deathly silent. He lost? He lost just like that? 2 swords? One to shatter his body and the other to crush his soul? Everyone was dumbfounded. Yi Xian put away all the spatial rings on the table, and then he gazed at the young man. You've lost. As he spoke, he opened his palm and the young man's storage ring slowly floated into his hand. A total of 20 million universe veins. The corners of Yi Xian's mouth lifted slightly. Now he had 50 million universe veins which could temporarily solve his urgent problems. In the distance, the young man suddenly roared, you sneak attacked me. A sneak attack. The experts of the Xingu clan roared furiously as well. Surprise attack. Yi Xian smiled. Bro, did I ask you, can we start before I made my move? The young man's expression was somewhat unsightly. Yi Xian smiled and said, and how did you answer me? The answer you gave me was yes. Since it's possible, is there a problem with me making a move? The young man, shameless. At this moment, a woman suddenly stood out from the side. She looked very young, around 20 years of age. She wore a long green dress and had exquisite facial features. She was a beauty, and at this moment she was glaring angrily at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the woman. How am I shameless? The woman said angrily, just now Big Brother Guexan was talking to you and you attacked him. If this isn't a sneak attack, then what is? Yi Xian asked, didn't I ask him if we can begin? The woman said angrily, but he was talking at that time. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The competition has already begun and you still talk nonsense. Isn't such behavior retarded? The woman glared at Yi Xian. But he was talking at that time. Holy F***ck. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? The woman glared at Yi Xian. You're shameless. That's a sneak attack. Yi Xian shook his head. Sister, according to my temper in the past, people like you should die. 100 times. With that he turned and left. In the arena, the Xingu clan experts did not give up. They were still scolding Yi Xian. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He turned around and looked at the Xingu clan experts. Since you're not satisfied, then let's fight again. Who's next? Who's next? The arena suddenly fell silent. Although Yi Xian had launched a sneak attack just now, his strength was there for all to see. If he did not have strength, then no matter how he launched a sneak attack, it would be useless. At this moment, the woman from before suddenly shouted angrily, you sneak attack you. Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from the spot. Smack. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Xian directly slapped the woman's face. In an instant, all the teeth in the woman's mouth were spat out along with a stream of blood. At the same time, Yi Xian suddenly grabbed the woman's throat and slammed her to the ground. Boom. The ground cracked and the woman's head was embedded into the ground. Yi Xian stepped on the woman's body with his right foot, his expression calm. I've given you face but you chose not to. Since you don't cherish it, then there's no need for me to be polite with you. With that, he suddenly stepped on the woman's face with his right foot. Boom. In an instant, the woman's face was directly smashed, and it was extremely bloody. Impudent. At this moment, an angry roar suddenly sounded from afar. Yi Xian looked into the distance, and there, a man in black was glaring at him angrily. Yi Xian blinked. Why are you looking at me so angrily? Come over and hit me. The crowd. When the man in black heard Yi Xian's words, his Adam's apple moved, and then he said in a trembling voice, Why are you bullying a woman? As soon as he finished speaking, a sword suddenly pressed against the center of his brows. The man in black's body froze. Yi Xian suddenly pressed his right hand forward lightly. Swoosh. The sword pierced half an inch into the man's flesh, and fresh blood instantly covered the man's entire face. Yi Xian gazed at the man. I'm bullying you right now. You're not a woman, right? The man's voice trembled. You're from the Xingu clan. Yi Xian shook his head and chuckled. He glanced at the surroundings and said, "If all of you aren't convinced, then feel free to hit me. I'm right here." How arrogant. The youths of the Xingu clan were instantly infuriated when they heard this. However, not a single one of them stepped forward. The strength that Yi Xian revealed was truly too terrifying. Yi Xian chuckled lightly. "What? Do all the members of the Xingu clan only know how to fight a war of words?" Meanwhile, one of the men suddenly spoke furiously, "How dare you insult the Xingu clan?" You. A ray of light suddenly pressed against the center of the man's forehead. The man glared angrily at Yi Xian. "Kill me if you dare. I'm not afraid of death." This. The sword pierced through the center of the man's forehead. Bang. The man's body was instantly obliterated. He'd truly been obliterated. At this moment, the expressions of all the experts of the Xingu clan changed drastically. They hadn't imagined that Yi Xian would really dare to kill in the Xingu clan. Suddenly, Gu Xen spoke coldly, "You're looking down on?" He hadn't even finished speaking when a sword was suddenly pressed against the center of his forehead. Yi Xian turned around and said, "You're the most monstrous genius of the Xingu clan?" Gu Xen looked Yi Xian in the eyes. "Yes." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Are you that weak?" Gu Xian's expression immediately became ferocious. "You humiliated me." Yi Xian shook his head. "What right do you have to make me humiliate you? Firstly, you can't afford to lose. Secondly, you still haven't recognized the facts after you lost." "What facts?" "That means that I'm someone you can't afford to offend. Do you know why I came to the Xingu clan? Because I can't defeat your patriarch. If I can't defeat him, then I admit defeat. You can't defeat me, yet you're still trying to act tough in front of me? Are you an idiot?" As soon as he finished speaking, the sword entered the center of Gu Xian's forehead, and it was about to crush Gu Xen. Right at this moment, a terrifying force suddenly enveloped Gu Xen, and then the sword within Gu Xian's body was blasted out. Meanwhile, an old man appeared in front of Gu Xen. It was the old man who'd been following the patriarch all this time. The old man gazed at Yi Xian. "Young Master Yi, you've gone too far." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "Have I?" As he spoke, he shook his head and smiled. "So this is the Xingu clan? How disappointing. Is this the education of a large clan?" As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. The old man and the rest had ugly expressions on their faces. At this moment, the young Xingu clan experts started to berate Yi Xian, and asked Yi Xian to get out of the Xingu clan. Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks and he turned to look at the Xingu clan experts. "You're asking me to get out?" One of them said angrily, "Yes. This is the Xingu clan, and you're not a member of the Xingu clan. Hurry up and get lost." Yi Xian nodded. "I'll get lost then." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and rode on his sword, heading towards the depths of the starry sky. Seeing this, the old man's expression changed drastically. "Young Master Yi." As for Yi Xian, he'd already disappeared into the horizon. In the depths of the starry sky, Yi Xian, who was riding on his sword, suddenly stopped. Not far in front of him stood a woman. This person was the patriarch of the Xingu clan. The woman looked at Yi Xian and did not say anything. Yi Xian said in a low voice, "It's your clansmen who want me to get lost." The woman's expression was calm. "You're a little flashy." Yi Xian. The woman suddenly disappeared and Yi Xian was stunned. The next moment, the scene in front of him changed, and in the blink of an eye, he and the woman appeared in the training field. There, the Xingu clan experts were still there. Seeing the woman, all the Xingu clan experts hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Patriarch." The woman turned to look at Yi Xian. "You said that the Xingu clan's education is like this. Can you elaborate?" Yi Xian said indifferently, "What did I say?" The woman looked at Yi Xian. "I feel that the Xingu clan really needs to change. Aren't you a teacher? Why don't I open a class for you in the Xingu clan?" Yi Xian shook his head. "Not interested." The woman frowned slightly. Yi Xian did not say anything else and he turned to leave. "What a joke, you want me to teach? Do you think I'm stupid?" At this moment, the woman suddenly said, "I have money." Yi Xian stopped and he turned to look at the woman. "How much?" The woman said, "We can negotiate." Yi Xian thought for a moment and then he said, 10 million universe veins a month. Hearing this, the woman frowned again. "Why don't you go rob?" Yi Xian opened his palm, and a divine Tao code floated in front of the woman. "Have you seen this book?" The woman opened it and in the next moment she was stunned. "This?" In the distance, Yi Xian had a calm expression. "I wrote it. Qin Guan. P.S. Thank you to all the friends who voted and tipped. This month's update is not especially for you, but everyone is still so supportive. I'm really ashamed. Writing is not everything in life. After all, I still have a real life. Also, sitting for a long time makes my back ache, and now I have to exercise every day. It's all tears. I'm really sorry for the lack of updates. Please forgive me. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.